Josh, please take roll.
Senator Anselmi Dalton.
Here.
Senator Dockstader. Senator Hicks.
Here.
Senator Meyer. Representative Moniz, or Senator Moniz. Representative Blake.
Here.
Representative Larson.
Here.
Representative McKim.
Here.
Representative Northrop. Representative Paxton.
Here.
Vice Chairman Driscoll. Chairman Hunt.
All right, thank you, Josh. Well, if anybody out there in the audience would, I'm
You got to do
sorry.
roll too.
Go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, could you take roll? Clinton. It's in the, on the agenda, I think.
I always forget I have to do that.
One more. There you go.
Okay. Vice Chairman Nick Bettis.
Here.
Karen Bud Fallon.
Here.
David Evans.
Here.
Gerald Geis.
Here.
Kellen Lancaster.
Here.
Sheridan Little.
Here.
Jeanette Sakin.
She's not coming on the phone?
Okay. Larry Suker.
Here.
Rodney Wagner.
Here.
All right, thanks. We have a quorum. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Commission, how do you?
I move we approve the agenda. Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Geis, seconded by Commissioner Suker, that we approve the agenda. Any discussion on the agenda? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Approval of minutes. We've got two sets of minutes from the, well, we just got one, I guess. WWDC minutes from May 5th.
Move to accept, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Wagner, seconded by Commissioner Evans, that we approve the minutes from the May 5th meeting. Any discussion on the minutes? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. You guys have it.
Okay, thank you. And we have approval of our minutes from our March 16th meeting. The motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Been moved by Blake, seconded by who? Larson. Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Motion has been approved. Minutes have been approved.
All right.
okay.
Next item is the audience introductions. We'll start down here with Josh.
Chairman.
Oh, Senator Hicks.
I think we discussed earlier as a potential amendment to the agenda. Now, we probably ought to do that
That's right.
in formal fashion.
Yeah, we should. I'm sorry, I forgot about that. Do we have a motion for that?
We, if folks will take a look at the agenda on page 3, right below item 17, that's looking at the first bullet point of number 18 for discussion. If that issue sort of ties into what we'd like to insert between 17 and 18. So if there's any discussion on that, otherwise I would ask for a motion to amend the agenda.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Senator.
Specifically, what I think that we would request that we include in the agenda is the management of council assigned to the Select Water Committee to specifically one topic that ties into what the commission is already working on that. So what we'd like to do, I think, is insert that in the agenda and then invite the commission to participate in that discussion as to how that may be implemented with a couple alternatives that the committee's looking at. But that would be the gist of the inclusion, is just to include the management council interim topics that was assigned to the Select Water Committee.
We have a motion to amend the agenda.
I would move that we amend the amendment
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Commissioner Geis and Commissioner Bettis that we add that item to our agenda. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Is it appropriate that we approve the agenda again as amended then? Or shall we, or is that okay? We've already approved it and amended it.
We did,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
just trying to
We
do everything
approved it twice.
correctly. So our AG doesn't get mad at us. Okay, with that, we'll move on then to audience introductions. We'll start down here with Josh.
Josh Anderson.
Gary Paxton, House District 47, most of South Central Wyoming.
Robert McKim, House District 21, Lincoln, south part of Lincoln County.
Karen Bud Fallon, Water Development Commission, representing the public at large.
Dan Larson from the Powell area, House District 25.
Kellen Lancaster, Water Commission, District 4.
Rod Wagner, Wyoming Water Development Commission, District 1.
David Evans, Water Development Commission, District 1.
Larry Suker, Commissioner, District 2. Gerald Geis, Wyoming Water Development Commission, District 3.
Sheridan Little, Wyoming Water Development Commission, Water Division 2.
Hans Hunt, Wyoming House, District 2, out of Newcastle.
Clinton Glick, Wyoming Water Development Commission, Wind River.
Nick Bettis, Wyoming Water Development Commission, Water District 4 out of Kemmer.
Larry Hicks, Senate District 11, which is all of Carbon and parts of Albany and Sweetwater County.
Lisa and Sonny Dalton, Senate District 12, which is Sweetwater County.
Stan Blake, Select Water Committee, House District 39, Sweetwater County.
Katie Talbot, Water Development Office.
Barry Labondi, Director, Water Development Office.
Jason Mead, Water Development Office.
Barry Lawrence, Water Development Office.
Brian Clark, Water Development Office.
Daniel Solish, Attorney General's Office.
Bill Henderson, House District 41.
Greg Kerr, University of Wyoming Office Water Programs.
Jody Green, Water Development Office.
Jennifer Russell, SCH.
Laurie Heath Wham.
Beth Callaway, Wyoming State Engineer's Office.
Dale Anderson, Water Development Office.
Richard Russell, Bighorn Canal Irrigation District.
Kevin Boyce, Water Development Office.
Tony Rutherford, Water Development Office.
Dylan Wade, Wade Associates. Keith Clary, Water Development Office.
Wade McClinky, Water Development Office.
Dave Meyer, Water Development Office.
Jenny Cedarly, Water Development Office.
Jeremy Duto, GEI Consultants.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda would be approval of consultant selection, starting with Alkali Creek.
Mr. Chairman, Gerald Geis moves the director to instruct to begin negotiation for consulting services on the Alkali Reservoir. Final decision is according to the following ranking of the firms interviewed. Hydro Corporation was number 1. Deer Alt Consultants is number 2. For further select, the committee offers the following suggestion to the director during the negotiation: to accept Tri-Hydro proposed phase 1 scoping audit in the amount of $14,300.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Geis, seconded by Commissioner Suker, that we accept the consultant selection for Alkali Creek Reservoir Final Design Level 2. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Next one is Levitt Reservoir Expansion Final Design Level 2.
Mr. Chairman, I, Gerald Geis, move the director to instruct to begin negotiation for consultant services on the Levitt Reservoir Expansion Final Design in accordance with the following ranking of the firms interviewed. RJH Consultants Incorporated, we put them first. Alternate would be number 2, Short Elliott Hendrickson Incorporation. The further select committee offered the following suggestions to the directors during the negotiation: to accept RJH proposed phase 1 scoping alterations in the amount of $73,500.
Okay, second.
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Geis, seconded by Commissioner Glick, that we accept the Levitt Reservoir Expansion Final Design Level 2 consultant selection. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, closeout memos.
Mr. Chairman, under tab D, there are two closeout memos. The first is a Centennial Well and Master Plan, and Kevin Boyce will walk you through that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and for members of the commission to consider and members of Select Water Committee to read along if they wish, you'll find in front of you under tab D the final project closeout memo for a planning project, level 1 planning project that was conducted for the Centennial Water and Sewer District in Albany County, Wyoming. That district serves the town of Centennial, which is unincorporated right there at the foot of the Medicine Bow Range, or also known as the Snowy Range. This was authorized in 2015 as a level 1 study under chapter 168 of session laws. Funding sourced from account 1. The appropriation was $175,000 with a due date of 2018. The consultant that was under contract to conduct the study was Camp Creek Engineering out of Laramie, Wyoming. I'll just read you the project description. The funds were utilized, level 3 funds were utilized to build portions of the original Centennial Water and Sewer District 28 years ago, beginning in 1989, including wells, transmission lines, and storage. There has been no system evaluation since, hence the need for the master plan to assess our investment. Centennial presently treats its well water for arsenic contamination in excess of the EPA primary maximum contamination level. In 2006, the EPA lowered the MCL from arsenic from 50 parts per billion to 10 parts per billion, affecting 5 systems in the state of Wyoming, one of them being Centennial. They installed a $250,000 filtration system in 2008 to treat arsenic from its 2 source supply wells. Also within this project, an opportunity was provided for this district to acquire a nearby level 2 well that was drilled in 2000 for a Corner Mountain Water and Sewer District. The number 3 test well posed a viable supply source and could be a possible future asset. So they were given the first right of refusal if they wished to acquire this well, which is only within a mile as the crow flies of the northern boundary of their district. We've thought that future addition of this well might have eliminated Centennial's treatment requirement and serve future needs, so that concurrent with the master plan, we were looking at the feasibility of adding this well to the possibility of adding this well to their system. The findings and recommendations are listed in bullet form on the memo. It was found by the consultant that the system is in excellent condition, well managed by the district board and their operator, well maintained and well operated. And I won't read through all the bulleted items, but it's really just to instruct them to maintain and document maintenance of their system. Conduct a water rate study, stay in compliance with their state engineer permits, and also it was found that the district has adequate source supply for its present and future needs from its existing 2 Casper formation wells. Excuse me. So that the acquisition of this Corner Mountain number 3 well was not warranted at this time. On May 26th of last year, the board voted unanimously not to move forward with the acquisition of the Corner Mountain test well number 3, And as you'll remember at the December 16th meeting, the well was turned over by an agreement to the landowner. There was a public report presentation on September 26th of last year to the board, and you will find final reports and executive summaries online. I did miss one part here, that the original contract amount with Camp Creek Engineering was $174,000. The final contract amount was $108,372.15 for a 38% contract savings amount of $65,627.85. Our recommendation is that the sponsor, Centennial Water and Sewer District, adhere to the guidelines and suggestions as set forth in the master plan, referring to improvements of their and operations of their system. And I do believe there is a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions for Kevin? Or motion?
Mr.
Representative
Chairman,
Kim?
thank you. Yes, Mr. Boyce, I know it's on here, one of your bullet points says that no tap request for service should be denied in an area where system pressure is less than, or new ones anyway, than 35 PSI. Are there any existing structures at this time that fit into that? Would the purchase of that extra well have solved that problem? I mean, I'm just looking ahead into future problems here.
At this, Mr. Chairman, Representative McKim, at this time, no, there are no homes or businesses that are at that pressure or below that pressure threshold, and that any that would be added would be required to make their own. Do their own engineering and make those services available. Of course, that's up to the board to do so. The addition of the well in the alternatives that were provided was only to provide water from the well with a dedicated pipeline to the tanks. So there would be no changes, pressure changes, even though this well sits higher in elevation. The system is still governed by pressure supplied by the tank elevations. So no, so addition of the new well would not provide that. We were building a dedicated line to the tanks.
Questions? Motion? Perhaps?
Question.
We gotta have a motion.
Well, I moved, we approve this. That's what you're waiting.
Yep, that's what I'm waiting for.
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Geis, seconded by Commissioner Suker, that we accept the closeout for the Centennial Well and Master Plan Study. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thanks, Kevin.
Chairman, the next project for closeout then is the weather modification Laramie Range siting and design study, and Jenny Cedarly will walk you through that closeout memo.
Morning, everyone. Today I'll be presenting the closeout memo for the Laramie Range Siting and Design Weather Modification Project, which is complete and ready for closeout by the Commission. A little bit of history about it first. Funding for the Laramie Range Weather Modification Project was provided by the 2015 legislature. The budget for this study was $323,065. However, it's part of a larger $1.4 million appropriation that was set aside to help jumpstart weather modification operations in the state of Wyoming. The 2015 Omnibus Construction Bill also appointed funds to assess and to go up in both Sierra Madre Mountains as well as the Laramie Range. The final Laramie Range project cost came in at $323,009.88, just $55.12 shy of the total budget. purpose of the Laramie Range study is to take a look at cloud seeding in a new mountain range to help increase water supplies in the North Platte River Basin, and to complete the preparative work necessary to develop a conceptual program design for the target area. The Laramie Range Siting and Design Study confirms that the implementation of cloud seeding in the area would increase stream flow in the North Platte River Basin. This study was developed to evaluate the fundamentals needed to implement an operational cloud seeding program in the target area. Parameters such as the frequency of weather conditions suitable for cloud seeding, accessible lands, potential benefits, and estimated costs were investigated. Conceptual project designs were developed based off the results of a two-tiered climatological analysis and modeled evaluations of seeding agent plume trajectories. The conceptual project designs included the evaluation of airborne and ground-based seeding methods. Based on the preliminary results of a qualitative evaluation of aircraft seeding, DRI, our consultant, Desert Research Institute, suggested that the state of Wyoming reevaluate the feasibility of aircraft seeding after 1 or 2 operational ground-based seeding seasons. And therefore, they focused primarily on the development and feasibility of implementing a ground-based project design. A conceptual project design consisting of 12 silver iodide ground-based generators, coupled with 7 high-elevation liquid propane generators located on state and private lands, was developed. The cost for this full program project design was estimated to be $565,000. DRI projected that the full program, the 12 silver iodide generators and the 7 liquid propane generators, could produce an additional annual average of 15,833 acre-feet of runoff, costing roughly $36 per acre-foot if an increase of 6% in snow water equivalent, or SWE, was realized through cloud seeding activities. The concept of utilizing the 7 liquid propane generators in the full program was altered after receiving feedback at a weather modification technical advisory team meeting. Operationally, liquid propane generators need to remain in cloud during the entire event, the seeding event. As it turned out, DRI was not 100% confident that the cloud-based heights over the target area favored the use or the expense of liquid propane generators. In order to address the potential program design deficiency, DRI recommended that further observations of cloud-based heights be conducted before deploying any liquid propane generators in the target area. A generator network consisting of only the 12 silver iodide generators, not including the 7 liquid propane, would cost approximately $460,000. One interesting takeaway from this report was that an effective cloud seeding program can be scaled to any size to fit any budget. The deployment of a smaller program for the first year or 2 of operations can help fine-tune forecasting protocols, generator placement, and dispersion validation methodologies. DRI further recommended that the state of Wyoming approach cloud seeding in the Laramie Range in a phased manner. They suggest that an operational program start with 2 silver iodide ground-based generators and expand from there. Deploying the smaller generator network would cost approximately $160,000. 2 public hearings were held to present the results of the study and accept public comment. 3 written and 1 verbal comments were received during the comment period. The overarching theme of the comments centered on the potential impacts any additional snowfall might have on the community. There was support of cloud seeding to enhance water supplies. A request for continued public outreach and involvement. Concerns about potential impacts to wintertime ranching, travel, growing season, and spring calving events. A request for suspension criteria to be developed specific to the target area and address those above concerns, as well as a request for continued state and federal agency coordination upon the implementation of a cloud seeding program. Statutory requirement 41-2-115A was addressed at each public hearing, and no interested or capable parties willing to take over implementing a cloud seeding project in the Laramie Range were identified. Based on the results of the study, including the consideration of the public comment we received, the office finds that this project does represent the public interest and that the recommendation from the study feeds into a larger discussion of future operational programs around the state. Thank you very much for your support of this project, and I'd take any questions at this time.
Mr. Chairman,
Karen, go ahead.
can you remind me then where the other studies that we funded were? You've got the Wind River one that I know we were having trouble with Forest Service siting, and then there was the Sierra Madre one. Just real quick, where are the other ones?
Out of the 2015 legislation. Okay, so that was for the Bighorn Mountains, which actually was contracted together for with the National Center for Atmospheric Research while they're doing the final design for the Medicine Bow Sierra Madres. So the Bighorn Mountains, that portion of that study is done, and that report is also located online. The Laramie Range report is also located online if you'd like to take a look at that. But because it's tied with the Medicine Bow Sierra Madres, we're not closing that out at this time. The rest of the Medicine Bow Sierra Madre report, that contract terminates the end of this year. But we are having a public hearing to present results and take public comment July 11th in Saratoga at the Platte Valley Community Center. And that is also posted on our website, the meeting, and I'm going to have it tweeted out and Facebooked out. So we're getting very close to that, which is why I believe that we've kind of wanted to put it into a big discussion of future weather modification operations.
Yes, Jenny, and Harry, this might be for you based on that Platte River implementation plan, but can we count this additional water in our water here if somehow we could substantiate it? I mean, it's just an idea, and I don't know whether I missed that, but it just occurred to me that if we could get up to 15,000 acre feet, and I don't know what the actual number is going to end up, but I'd put it in there and see if they reject it. Or could we?
So, Mr. Chairman, that has not been brought forward to the PRIP committee. I think currently we're operating at below our 1997 target levels that I talked about yesterday in terms of irrigated acres and municipal populations. I think if we ever got to a point where we were saying we were hitting those limits or going over those, that might be a good suggestion. It runs a little bit counter to what the state engineer has looked at in terms of other types of water development projects where people have come in and said, okay, if I build snow fences and collect that snow and it melts and I store it in a pond, that shouldn't be considered under the prior appropriation doctrine because I've built this facility and otherwise the snow blows to Nebraska. I mean, I'm being facetious now.
You're not.
Okay, that does blow and shine. So at least the state engineer's office has declared any water development that results in precipitation or groundwater is considered natural flow. And so to say that we're going to then segment out a part of that and claim that as new supplies, I don't, again, I would wait until we start to hit those targets that we might try to make that argument with the Platte.
Then we could say that the natural flow, we miscalculated it.
Been augmented by these actions.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, just to continue along that line of discussion here, refresh my memory, what percentage of the Platte River is allocated to the state of Wyoming? Because even if we went down that road, we would only get credit for that percentage of that average annual 15,000 plus acre feet.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, Senator, so in at least the Platte River Nebraska v. Wyoming settlement, there's not an allocation of a volumetric allocation. It's a 75% of the natural flow is allocated to Nebraska, 25% to Wyoming.
We would get 75% of this water would be pretty much Nebraska's water, even if it was generated in the upper Platte River drainage.
Chairman, that's correct.
More questions?
Mr. Chair.
Motions?
I just want to comment. I've done this before, kind of to blank look, so maybe this is the last time I'll do it. But, 15,000 acre feet significant. And to the extent it benefits communities downstream, Wheatland, Douglas, Cheyenne, I think if we're going to go forward with this, we ought to look at those communities, the state, and compare drilling a new well, buying water rights from the ag community, how that compares per acre foot with this $36 an acre foot. And it'd be important for me to know when the time comes, and that's way down the road, is that on the high end of acquiring water? Is it on the low end, in the middle? Again, I think we ought to be able to find ranges of acquiring new water supply. Just my comment for the future as you look at this Laramie Range study.
Any more questions, comments, motions?
I'd move it. Second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, it's moved by Commissioner Geis, seconded by Commissioner Evans that we approve the closeout for the weather mod Laramie Range siting and design study. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thanks, Danny. Planning amendments.
Mr. Chairman, under tab E, there are two planning amendments that I'd like to present to you. The first involves the Hanover Irrigation District and the Highland Hanover Irrigation District. Two districts are located in Washakie County, Mr. Commissioner Geis. So in 2016, Hanover Irrigation District approached the commission about doing a level 1 master plan. That was funded, and that study is underway. Then a year later, the Highland Hanover Irrigation District approached the commission and about doing a master plan for their district, and that was also approved and is now funded. The issue that we have is that we have one consultant working on the Hanover Irrigation District. Highland Hanover actually shares the initial or the first part of that canal system. They share facilities. And then they pump their water supplies out of the Hanover Irrigation District or canal. And so they are, while they are two separate districts, they are responsible for separate irrigated lands, but yet they are connected by virtue of sharing these facilities. And it's my understanding that they also do share some administration fees. And we asked the question last fall, why hadn't Highland Hanover come in at the same time in 2016? And for whatever reason, they did not make that application. So at this point in time, we think it's in the best interest of water development to amend the contract of the existing consultant that's working on Hanover. They're familiar with those facilities, familiar with the system, and then we're going to add Highland Hanover to their contract. That's what this amendment does. And so in looking at first page of the amendment, we're going to, so the consultant is Western Heritage Consulting and Engineering. Their existing contract amount is $170,000 and some change. By adding the Highland Hanover Irrigation District to their project, the fee would increase $119,995, and then we would extend the completion date of their contract 1 year to June 30th, 2019. That's what the amendment does. Questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Fallon.
So, I mean, I'm all for regionalizing these studies, but did Highland Hanover come in with an application? Or I mean, I don't so if only one guy wants the study and now you're forcing the Highland guys at Hanover, I get whatever the other H is. I mean, is there another application? I don't understand how this came about.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bud Fallon, So Hanover brought their application in 2016. Actually, 2015, it was approved by the legislature at the 2016 session. Western Heritage was hired by the commission to conduct that study. Then a year later, and this would be last summer, Highland Hanover Irrigation District brought an application. So yes, both districts have brought applications.
Okay.
The disappointment was that they didn't work together and bring one application at that time, but those were the circumstances. So Highland Hanover is, yes, definitely wanting to move forward with a master plan. And there may have been, I'm surmising, but there may have been a little bit of, well, wait a minute. Hanover is doing a master plan. Why aren't we doing a master plan in the Highland Hanover Irrigation District? That may have prompted them bringing their application, but it certainly would have been better if they'd have brought it at the same time. They did not. And so we're now going to amend the additional work into a single consultant's work.
Hanover Canal was built in 1920 by local people. 1964, the Bureau of Rec came in and built the upper Hanover to irrigate I don't know how many more federal lands, and people filed on them and they proved up on them, and that was started in about 1964. But the head gate and all that, they all come out of the same head gate in the Bighorn River up there by Winchester.
Commissioner Bettis, did you have something?
I'm good.
Oh, you're good? Okay. Any other questions for Harry on this? You want to handle these separate or as a block when we get the other one out of the way, or?
I would handle these separate, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion on this.
Move. Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Suker, seconded by Commissioner Wagner, that we accept the planning amendments for the Hanover Irrigation District Master Plan Level 1. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Little snake.
Mr. Chairman, then still in tab E, the second amendment to be considered is a time extension for Wink and Associates on the Little Snake Supplemental Storage Project. This is the planning program that has led to the selection of the West Fork site. I think you may recall some of the discussions we've had in the last couple of years. We've been looking at copper contamination from the Ferris Haggerty mine that's upstream, wanted to resolve those issues. And so we're now at a point on this project, and I guess I would say we're not ready to move forward with design of the facility. There's a number of issues that remain out there, including land acquisition. There's Forest Service lands, there's private lands involved. There is a NEPA process that will have to be completed. We're not sure at this point in time whether we would prefer to go through a full-blown EIS with the Forest Service. There's some discussion in the legislature about looking at isolated state lands within federal land holdings, that we might look at a land trade. So there's a number of questions regarding how this project may move forward. This amendment does one thing: it extends the contract of Wink on the project. We'd like to keep them involved. The current contract expires this June 30th. And so by this amendment, we will extend their contract 2 years. Also involved in this project, some additional economic analysis. We have not conducted the geotech at this site, simply because the way you get the drill rig into the site is with a helicopter. So there is a lot of moving parts on this project that we need to start working towards completing those. And we'd like Wink to do that. So the amendment is just that. It's a time extension to keep them involved in the project. I would stand for questions.
Questions for Harry?
If we accept the amendment.
Moved by Commissioner Butfeld, seconded by Commissioner Geist, that we accept the amendment for the Little Snake Supplemental Storage Level 2 study. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, I've been handed a note and I have forgotten part of my duties, and that is with regards to Highland Hanover. We need select water approval on that amendment because it exceeds the $5,000 value.
I get a motion
A
from.
motion to approve that
Second.
amendment.
Boom. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you.
you, Barry.
Moved by Blake, seconded by Anselmi Dalton. Any further discussion? Being none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries. Okay.
Okay, with that, we will start new planning contracts, and I think unless anybody wants to pull something out or something, we're gonna go through these and vote on them as a block, if that's fine with the commission. So, okay, with that, Harry and Barry will.
So,
let you go.
Mr. Chairman, I'm hoping I don't confuse the issue here, but this, I want to talk to you about the effective dates of both the planning bill and the construction bill as they pertain to both planning contracts and construction. And as we move through into the construction contracts, I think it'll make more sense. Historically, both the planning bill and the construction bill have been, in each of those bills, there's an effective date. And the effective date, and I'll just read the language that's typically used. This act is effective immediately upon completion of all acts necessary for the bill to become law as provided by Article 4, Section 8 of the Wyoming Constitution. In essence, we call that effective upon signature of the governor. So it was last fall, maybe even in December, the LSO questioned why our bills are effective immediately upon signature, opposed to effective July 1st, starting the new biennium or new fiscal year. And so myself and Andy Odell, we traded some emails back and forth with LSO explaining that like on planning projects, we like to start those projects as soon as possible. And by virtue of considering the contracts today, we're starting those projects before July 1st. On the construction projects, most of the time, the construction projects are not, I won't say lagging, but they take more time to develop. And so a July 1st date seemed somewhat reasonable that we could move to July 1st. The conversations of emails back and forth with LSO, ultimately what LSO said was, we're not going to dispute the effective immediately language in your two bills this year, but the next year when we start or consider a budget for the next biennium, we most definitely would prefer that it would be July 1st. So we took a look internally. With regards to planning projects, felt that effective immediately was the appropriate language, and that's what the bill states. And so your actions today on planning contracts, you're authorized to do that. Those projects will start upon approval of those contracts today. But on the construction project, or the construction bill, in looking at when expenditures start to happen on the construction bills, we felt we could go ahead and move that to July 1. And so the effective date in the omnibus water construction bill coming out of the 2017 legislature is, except as otherwise provided in subsection B of this section, this act is effective July 1st, 2017. So that's had some repercussions that I guess I didn't anticipate. Number one, there are two projects that wanted to get started this spring or now and couldn't. They've said, we want to hire engineers and move forward. We want to go to bid with projects. And we've said, it's not authorized until after July 1st. And so those two sponsors are not very happy with me because I've moved to a July 1st format. There was one exception for a construction project, Middle Piney Reservoir, because we thought we were moving forward faster on that one. So the other ramification of this in conversations with the Attorney General's office is that I thought the commission could take an action at this meeting to approve the construction projects effective July 1st. The legal advice that I've received is that not only can the projects aren't authorized until after July 1st, but you can't take an action until July 1st or later. And so, working with Daniel, we have a couple of motions on the construction side that when we get to those contracts, I will pass that out to you, which basically will authorize the chairman to execute those contracts on or after July 1st. We want to talk about them at this meeting so you understand that, but the motion for construction contracts will be different. So now, having maybe confused you, I'll turn it over to Barry with regards to planning contracts. And you are authorized to take action today to approve planning contracts because those projects were approved effective upon the governor's signature. So, having confused you, questions?
One quick question. I understand the planning thing and that works out. And I also understand the construction. But from a practical standpoint, if, let's say, an entity had one of those construction contracts that was a grant, 67% grant, 33% the entity was going to pay, could they start that contract with their portion of the money and then July 1st the other stuff kick in, or is that a no-no too?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bettis, any work that happens prior to the authorization of the project would be deemed ineligible. And so, yes, they could pay that with their own funds, but they could not. So any future future invoices after July 1st, we would still fund at 67%. In essence, any work done would be considered ineligible.
It seems as if government and bureaucracy is getting in the way of progress. You know, I think that from my perspective, if you got a planning grant, which you probably won't get funds for it until one more legislative process, then it doesn't make sense to have that effective immediately. That could happen in July. The planning could happen after July, as long as it was done before there was need to have some discussion about the appropriation process and the process that enters into your omnibus water bills for the legislature to act on. But your construction grants, to me, that seems like they should be effective immediately, because there's a lot of work that you can get done from the middle of March until June, you know, that you could actually get some construction done. I mean, there's things that can happen in that 2 or 3 month window. So, you know, irrespective of what the LSO says, the LSO is not an operating arm of the government. All due respect, Josh, you know. So, Mr. Chairman, I would think the discussion should be, okay, what is the practical way for these things to work? And I understand that it's probably has a lot to do with budget profiling and whether or not you're in the black or in the red. But at the end of the day, gimmicks don't balance the budget, and gimmicks don't make the state run right. And this necessarily, if you're doing a gimmick to balance the budget or make it in the black or the black when you don't want it to be in the red, because of when money actually gets appropriated and it delays projects for months or a year, to me, doesn't make a lot of sense.
Mr. Chairman, I would agree with that sentiment. The construction season in Wyoming is not all that long. And if you tell these guys you can't do anything until July, you're losing 2 months of construction season, although not in Sublette County because we still have snow until July. But we have to have a practical way to solve this. This is just really, really form over substance. There's got to be a way that these guys can start on their projects way sooner than July 1st. I mean, this is bureaucracy over the citizen, and that's not the way the system's supposed to work.
Mr. Chairman, I guess along those lines, I would agree with all that. Was making this effective beginning this year, was that a shock to the structure of how it's currently being done? Because what I'm wondering is if you had time to plan out and begin making that sort of a July 1 date effective a couple years from now, would that be more palatable by being able to plan ahead and sort of shuffle things around so that the budgetary timeline and the process timeline could take time to adjust and say that, well, we're not going to do this effective July 1st this year, but start thinking about possibly turning it into a July 1 date 2 or 3 years down the road. Or would the problem still remain with, as Commissioner Bud Fallon says, with construction season and how funds can be used for construction based on weather and just seasonal, variation.
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Hunt, the reality remains May, June are months that construction can move forward. So the sponsors bring their applications November, and they absolutely would like to start sooner rather than later. But these level 3 grants are for design and construction. So in some cases, the sponsors may have gone forward with the design themselves, so they have a bid package ready to go to bid. And by virtue of this year's legislation, we've said you cannot go to bid, and that we have one case there. Otherwise, with design, they can certainly select their engineer on who they want to design the project, but in terms of executing the contract, we still run into the issue of July 1st is the effective date of the authorization or the project and the appropriation. And so I thought it was manageable when I structured the construction bill that way this year. I think it's showing me that there is some pitfalls. Not every construction project will start before July 1st. So, but I think it certainly makes sense to have it effective immediately. But that is different than it is different than the biennium budget, the supplemental budget. It's all effective July 1. And I think the LSO was saying they ought to all be the same. And so the question originally posed was, why is water development different? And I tried to make the argument. I did not win, I think, at least in talking with the LSO. But if there's support around this table to look at next year's bills being effective immediately, then that's the way I would draft those and present those to you. But ultimately, I anticipate that the LSO will raise the question of why is it effective immediately and not July 1st like other agencies.
To get to the point that Mr. Bettis, Nick brought up, Harry, why couldn't we bifurcate that and allow that any sponsors, funds, or match be effective immediately, and there's no prohibition or any penalty in spending their own money prior to July 1st. And that might get us to a point where construction can go on and you can still play the game of profiling the budget on July 1st.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Meyer, we can look at that in terms of our operations. Again, in talking with the Attorney General's office, they're looking at that effective date is our participation in the project cannot begin. We cannot cost share with any costs that have incurred before that. So
Why, Mr. Chairman, I think if ask the Attorney General, what can we put in law that allows them to do that? You know, there's got to be some authorizing language that can go into the bill that provides for that authorization.
Senator Anselmi Dalton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just think it's silly that just because we always do things as effective July 1st in general in our bills in the sessions, that they're going to say, well, why should water be different? It should be different because these projects have to get started and go forward. And I think that's our argument when we say it to the LSO. We say some bills we do effective immediately. Some we say July 1st because we want to say they have to have time to promulgate rules or regulations. I think we as Senate and representatives should say this is stupid and it needs to change and we would stand behind you.
Well, we probably could move to the fiscal year, but then we'd have a half a year lag if we went to make them. So this year, if we went from July 1 and started fiscal year instead of the budget year, why we might could get around it that way.
Mr. Chairman, so this year, the legislation is fixed. We have two projects that would have liked to have started earlier. They'll be able to start after July 1. My thoughts to you that the simplest solution is to go back the way we have been doing it, which is effective immediately upon signature. And if there's support in this room for doing that, that's what I would propose for the next construction bill.
Mr. Chairman,
Phil?
but for the two guys that are just sitting there now, is there any interim relief we can give them for this month? I mean, you guys are telling me no? Then I mean, this is, part of the problem for these, the two projects that were out there is that we could never call them and tell them what the problem is. I mean, these sponsors are mad and they ought to be mad because they just lost 3 months of what they could be really doing. And now you're telling me that they're going to have to sit and wait for another month. There's nothing we can do to serve the citizens of Wyoming.
Talk to the Attorney General.
I think that it's in the bill, unfortunately. I mean, I don't like it any more than these guys do. And I talked to Bobby Lang about it too. And it's what's in the bill and we can't change it, unfortunately, at this point. So it is what it is. So.
And
we can change it going forward.
Mr. Chairman, at a minimum, we should have told those guys that back in May, because one of their big gripes was they went to the water development and they kept saying, why can't I start? Why can't I start? And there was a huge delay in answering their questions. That's one of their complaints because they called me. And I, of course, couldn't answer the question, but somebody should have been able to say 2 months ago, somebody should have been able to say, gee, it's in the bill. We're really sorry, but instead we just strung them along, and that's not fair.
With that, I guess if everybody's done asking questions on that, we can go ahead. So, Barry? Or?
Yeah, I guess,
Yeah, Wade, can you come up to the front? We can't hear you.
Well, what I was saying from the back was I am the project manager for the LeClaire Irrigation District project. I was told it was just going to be July and that we would sign them now. Then it changed again, but I never was given a good reason that why it changed or who changed it or when it changed. That was not relayed to us.
Mr. Chairman, that's what the problem is. I think if Wade would have been able to give them here's the rationale, I think it would have really helped the situation, because instead of just saying, I am not blaming Wade. Do not mistake. I mean, please understand this. If Wade would have been able to give him a reason, I think things would have worked a lot better than just, it's July. I can't tell you why it's July. It's just July. I mean, that really caused some friction, and
Well, and then the time changed again because we were told that we were going to sign up at this meeting, and then it changed to July. And that's when Bobby became very upset.
That's what Harry, again, anticipated, that we'd be able to sign these agreements at this meeting today. They wouldn't become effective if we'd have them signed. But again, in subsequent discussions, Harry found out through the AG's office that was not going to be possible. So it was kind of a moving target for us.
So in your statute, the authorization to sign the contracts is based on legislative authorization. And it's clear in the construction bill that that's where the authorization is provided. And so since that construction bill doesn't go into effect until July 1st, we don't quite yet have the authorization to go forward with these projects. That's kind of the problem.
All right, we'll go ahead and keep moving on planning contracts. Finally, Barry, sorry.
All right. Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Select Water, before you and for your consideration are 17 planning project contracts. These projects were included in the Omnibus Water Bill Planning, which was approved by the 2017 Wyoming State Legislature. The contracts represent the culmination of our consultant selection process to include the recently completed consultant interviews, of which many of you participated. At this time, I'd like to walk you through these contracts, noting the project consultant, the contract amount, and if there were any negotiations which took place relative to scope alternates that some of those were proposed, or whether there were any other recommendations made by the selection committee. I'm going to walk through those. So starting with tab F, Creek Watershed Level 1 Study, and just to lay it out for you the way you'll see these in the notebook, the very first one, the Beaver Creek contract, has everything, has the entire contract. You'll see typically on page 2 will be the project budget by task. Then we have boilerplate language, then a scope of services, which is seen as attachment A, and then finally the billing rate schedule of the consultant, which is attachment B. And that is what you'll see in the very first contract. Now in subsequent, as we go through these subsequent tabs, the rest of the contracts are there except for the boilerplate language. We're trying to save a little paper there and not have to reprint all the boilerplate. So everything else is there for that, the critical pieces that you need to evaluate these. So moving forward, for the first one, Beaver Creek Watershed Level 1 Study. The contract is with Olson Associates, and the contract amount is $270,800. Now, there was a recommendation made by the selection committee, and that be that the orphan piece in the Cheyenne River watershed be included in the study. So if you looked at the map of the river of the watershed studies that we were completing by doing this Beaver Creek watershed study, there was one little area that was going to get undone, that wouldn't get done, and so we wanted to capture that. And we were able to do that through the contract negotiations with Olson. And I'm happy to tell you that there was no increased cost in doing that. So that is reflected in the scope of services. You'll see that orphan piece done in the Cheyenne River watershed. So that's the first contract. And Mr. Chairman, did you want me to go ahead and continue on? Or?
Go ahead and continue.
Okay. Second contract, and this is under tab G for your consideration. The Bighorn Regional Southern Water Supply Level 2 Study. The contract is with Dow LLC. Contract amount is $178,080. There was one recommendation by the selection committee, and that being the consultant review the feasibility and update the cost estimates for alternatives 3 and 4 in the Bighorn Basin, Bighorn Regional Groundwater Level 2 Study Volume 2 2011 report. And this is affectionately being referred to as the Bettis alternative. And I should tell you that has been negotiated into the contract also at no additional cost. Next contract under tab H is the Big Wind River Storage Level 2 Phase 2 Study. The contract is with HDR Engineering. The contract amount is for $471,931.92. There was a recommendation by the selection committee, and they asked for acceptance of scope alteration for cost savings associated with successful execution of contract for services to complete Little Wind River Storage Level 2 Phase 2 project. I know that's a mouthful, but what that's basically saying, by contracting for both the Big Wind and the Little Wind with the same consultant, there was cost savings to be had. Those cost savings that were accrued by doing that, by contracting with HDR for both these contracts, was then redistributed to the discretionary task budget. And this was accomplished during the consulting or during the contracting phase. So that's the Big Wind River Storage Phase 2 study. Next contract is the Bitter Creek East Flaming Gorge Watershed Level 1 study. The contract is with Anderson Consulting Engineers. The contract amount is $259,500. And there were no additional recommendations from the selection committee. Next contract under tab J, the Buffalo Groundwater Supply Level 2 study. Contract is with Wyoming Groundwater LLC, and the contract amount is $179,000. There are no additional recommendations relative to this contract. Next contract under tab K, the Cody Canal Laterals Level 2 study. The contract is with Sage Civil Engineering. Contract amount is $177,500, and there were no additional recommendations made by the selection committee. Next contract under tab L, the Douglas Test Well Level 2 study. The contract is with Weston Engineering, Inc. Contract amount is $1,169,500. There were no scope alternates or additional recommendations. Moving on to tab M, the Grable River Watershed Level 1 study. The contract is with Woodard and Kern, Inc. The contract amount was $270,927. There was one recommendation by the selection committee. They asked for a clarification in contract language of expected deliverables from consultants for proposed projects. Also, they asked that the consultant be directed to focus more effort on task 5, management and rehabilitation plan. And in talking with the project manager, Dave Meyer, on this one, that was accomplished during contract negotiations and also through reflected in the scope. It's beefed up. Moving on, next contract. Under tab MC, the Green River Rock Springs Sweetwater County Joint Powers Water Board Wind River Zone Level 2 study. The contract is with Sunrise Engineering, Inc. And the contract amount is $164,630. There were no additional recommendations. Next contract under tab N is the Hog Island Water Master Plan Level 1 study. The contract is with Y2 Consultants LLC. The contract amount is $99,550, and there are no recommendations or scope alternates. Next contract under tab O is the Kirby Ditch Rehabilitation Level 2 study. The contract is with Sage Civil Engineering, Inc. The contract amount is $75,900. And there were no additional recommendations or scope alternates. Next contract under tab P is the Laprelle Irrigation District Master Plan Level 1 study. Contract is with Respec, Inc. Contract amount is $181,700. There was an instance there where there was a math error caught by the consultant, and that has been corrected and fixed with the total contract amount of $181,700. There were no additional recommendations. Next contract, tab Q, the Little Wind River Storage Level 2 Phase 2 study, HDR Engineering, Inc. Contract amount is $472,601.92. And again, the selection committee's recommendation here was to bundle this with the project for the Big Wind River Storage, such that by contracting with the same firm, there'd be significant cost savings. That was done and negotiated, and those cost savings were redistributed to the discretionary task. Moving on, tab R, the Niobrara Lower North Platte Rivers Watersheds Level 1 study. The contract is with Respec, Inc. Contract amount is $267,900, and there were no additional recommendations or scope alternates. Next, under tab S, is the Rolling Hills Groundwater Supply Level 2 study. Contract is with Weston Engineering, Inc. The contract amount was $745,000, and there were no additional recommendations by the committee. Next contract under tab T is the Sunlight Basin In-Stream Flows Level 1 study. The contract is with Biota Research and Consulting, Inc. Contract amount was $47,460, and there were no additional recommendations or scope alternates. And the last contract, under tab U, the Wheatland Irrigation District Tunnel Dam Rehabilitation Level 2 Study. Contract is with Wink Associates, Inc. The contract amount is $149,260, and there were no additional recommendations or scope alternates. That'd be it, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions for Barry? Senator Meyer.
I noticed a couple of times there's a review of water rights in the studies. I'm wondering how involved that is, whether it's just the water rights of the particular applicants or whether they go out and check their neighbors' water rights out too.
Mr. Chairman, typically it's a cursory review, looking at SEO records and so forth.
Hydrological models, how many models are in each one of these studies? I noticed practically every one of them has an update for a hydrological model from $4,000 to $86,000.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, yes, it varies by the project. Obviously, the level and the detail that needs to go into those, whether it be a watershed study or whether it be just a hydraulic model for, say, a municipal plan or something like that. So it does vary, but obviously the first task by the consultant is to review existing information and models that already exist, so we're not recreating the wheel.
In all circumstances, it's a plug-and-play hydraulic model. Might be different plug-and-play hydraulic models.
Again, Mr. Chairman, it would depend on what the project was and what the nuances of the project and the modeling task that was assigned. But I can tell you that our project managers did a good job of assessing what was available and worked that into those scopes.
All this is public.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Harry, tab Q on the Little Wind River. At our select tribal committee meeting, there were several members on that committee don't like that Ray Lake enlargement. So is this the ranking of them, or there's going to be more sites looked at versus Ray Lake, Washakie Reservoir, and?
Mr. Chairman, I'll turn that over to our head of Dam Reservoir.
Mr. Chairman, we did receive that comment from Harry because he was at the same meeting you attended. Those were the analyses that came out of the phase 1 study, but we'll take a hard look at those in the phase 2 and make sure that they're the best sites moving forward. So they'll be looked at again before moving forward.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I'd move all of them.
Second. Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Geis, seconded by Commissioner Wagner that we accept all of the new planning contracts. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to make a note, a big thanks to our staff for getting us to this point and all their hard work. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, Select Water Committee review and recommendation or approval is required.
Committee, any further discussion? Any other motion? Right, moved by Senator Anselmi Dalton, seconded by Representative Blake. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
Motion carries. Okay, thank you. On to tab B, I believe.
Okay, new construction contracts.
So, Mr. Chairman, Brian Clerkin is going to walk you through the construction contracts, and I will then pass out the recommended motions because, again, we have this active date. So I have one recommended motion for commission, and I have one for select water. So.
Okay.
So under tab V of your notebook, the first page that we have is a summary of the projects under this particular tab. These are level 3 account 1 projects. So these, if you look at the listing, this is the same listing that was provided in the blue notebook back in January. So all of these projects are, again, account 1, which is new construction. These are 67% grants, with the exception of the second project listed, which is a well purchase agreement. And that well purchase agreement is associated with the first project, so we've included it in this first group. So if you turn the first page, the first agreement that we have is the High Meadow Ranch Well Tank and Pipeline Project. For the first project, we've provided the entire agreement. I know that probably some of the commissioners in Select Water have not seen an agreement before, so we've included that in the notebook. So as I go through, I thought I'd touch on some of the highlights of the agreement on the first agreement. Then subsequent agreements, I'll just be talking about the project name, the description of the project, and then the appropriation. So again, this project is a High Meadow Ranch Well Tank and Pipeline 2017 project. Under paragraph 2, the purpose of the agreement is to implement the provisions of the 2017 Wyoming Session Laws, Chapter 17, authorizing design and construction and operation of the High Meadow Ranch Well Tank and Pipeline project. Under paragraph 2A is a description of the project, is the design and construction of well improvement, storage tank, and transmission pipeline. Paragraph 4 is special provisions. This describes the funding terms as well as the administration of the project. So under paragraph 4.A, there's an appropriation for the project of $1,991,910. And again, this is a 67% grant project. If you turn to the next page, page 2, paragraph E, this outlines the conditions for distributing the funds to the sponsor. I guess number 1 talks about providing all contracts to the commission for review and concurrence. Number 3, we hold progress meetings through the design of the project, the 10, 50, 90% levels with the sponsor as well as with the engineer.
Yeah.
Item number 4 discusses compliance with state statutes regarding retainage. Item number 8, we talk about WWDC written concurrence on all change orders and amendments prior to execution. Then jumping forward to paragraph H, this is on page 3 of this particular agreement. This outlines the requirements prior to advertising. So the first 2 are addressing the right-of-way and easements for the project. We're looking for any environmental assessments might be required on federal lands. If there's any 401 or 404 Clean Water Act permits required. We're looking for the DEQ permit to construct from DEQ. We're also looking for compliance with the governor's executive order 2011-5 on sage grouse. Here, the sponsor or the engineer will contact Wyoming Game and Fish, determine if there's any core population areas that'll within the project area. And then item number 10, we provide approval of the plans and specifications after we've had time to review at the 90% level. Under paragraph I, it talks about an attorney's title of opinion for all easements that they're in place before construction and operation of the project. Jumping up to page 4, paragraph O, is part of the requirements of the agreement. Following completion of the project, we're looking for the as-built and O&M manuals to be delivered to the office, and we store these. We keep these records long-term. They're long-term stored. Under paragraph Q, this is the reversion date of the project. So all projects from 2017 have a reversion date of 2022. So we provide them 5 years, the sponsor 5 years to complete the project. Under paragraph R, we talk about that there shall be no lease, sale, or assignment of transfer of ownership of water from the project for purposes other than rural domestic water supply. If it's approved by the commission, then the sponsor will get 33% of the revenues generated from those transactions, and the state would get 67%. Paragraph 5 talks about general provisions, and I'm not going to go into detail on those, but you can take a look at those. So again, that was the first project. With that project, on the very next page behind the blue tab, the blue sheet, is the well purchase agreement, and again, that's for the High Meadows Ranch and Water District. So this is an agreement that will assign the state's interest in the level 2 well to the district. Again, this is a well that was completed under a level 2 study. And so the cost of the well is 33% of the actual cost of the well to produce the well. So this, if you look under paragraph 4, the payment, there's a $56,179.26 payment that'll be due upon execution of the agreement. So I'll stop there if there's any questions on the original agreement. Otherwise, I'll start jumping into, the agreements that are account 1, grant only.
Quick question, and this is kind of general. I talked with Harry some time ago about progressing from a level 1 to a level 2 to a level 3. And I looked at some of the costs that we just had with the level 2 projects, and some of them are pretty significant costs. So when we complete a level 2 and we move to a level 3, the completion of that study and the cost of that study and the items that comprise that study, do we then, the sponsor is obligated to use those specifications and costs and all that other stuff? Or is it just a cost thing? And then, because I'm a little bit confused when they say they can hire their own engineer, they get to select the engineer. I guess I don't know the exact components that were in the level 2 studies on an item by item basis, and maybe one of them is engineering. But does that total cost when they get to select the engineer come out of their pocket, or the total budgetary pocket, or what? Because I am concerned that we're spending an awful lot of money on these level 2 studies, and I'm curious as to what and maybe mandate's not the right word, but what we tell the sponsor that they're obligated to use or not use. So can you elaborate on that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bettis, level 2 feasibility studies are looking at all of the feasibility issues regarding a project. And I'm hearkening back, we have one of the planning contracts approved was the Wheatland Irrigation Tunnel Dam. Okay, it's a 100-year-old dam. And that feasibility study will look at structural stability of the dam. What's the foundation? I'm told there's concrete spalling off of that. Is it significant? How will that be repaired? All of those questions go into what should the construction project be here? Do we have to replace the dam or is it salvageable? All of those questions are asked in the feasibility study. And in that feasibility study, they develop recommendations on what should ultimately be done and an estimated cost of the project. That forms the basis then of a level 3 application. And so going forward to level 3, that will be the formal design of the construction package as well as the construction. So yes, they do use the feasibility study going forward. Now, costs are updated as part of level 3. They'll look at the cost, but they will have more detailed quantities as part of the construction or the design of that project. So they are different, but most definitely the feasibility forms the framework of or defining the project as it moves forward to a level 3.
I understand that, I guess, but I'm struggling a little bit with, let's just take, for instance, this Rolling Hills groundwater supply study, level 2 that we just talked about, for $745,000. We're going to talk about a feasibility, and then when they come to level 3, we're going to pay again for whatever costs they come up with. That's a lot of money there. I mean, you're going to be in the millions, easy. And I hearken back to some of my initial comments about doing the financial portion in a level 1 study, because it seems to me by the time we get to this point, the information financially we provided in a level 1 study is null and void. I mean, it's forgotten because we've gotten to the feasibility components in the level 2 study. So I'm really struggling with the amount of money we spend in a level 2, and evidently we come up with the cost for the level 3 in the level 2 feasibility study, so to speak, based on some kind of financial information that we've done in the feasibility study. Is that right or wrong?
So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bettis, which project did you reference there?
I just looked at, for instance, the Rolling Hills groundwater supply study, but you could look at the Little Wind River storage. Well, that's a level 2. That's for $470,000. I guess what I'm talking about is, and then we give them a grant for a portion of that that they develop in level 3. Yet, do we make them use what we've generated in level 2?
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. The level 2 studies define the project, so it defines the budget, it defines the feasibility study, and you, before you move to level 3, you want to know such things as, does the structure look like it's salvageable? I'm thinking level 2 or rehabilitation projects. So absolutely all that information is used going forward to then start and design the project.
And then I guess we then, or the sponsor does, in a level 3, they then, I don't want to say redesign it, but they come up with a final design?
Mr. Chairman, they come up with the final design that then defines what the quantities are so that the contractors can provide bids on the project. And it is, when you get a feasibility study, you're getting a report. There may be some drawings in there that loosely define what the work is all about. But then when you get the construction package, you're talking about detailed drawings that depict every aspect of what the contractor has to do to complete the project. So they are different documents and there's different purposes for them. But we continue to build through level 1, level 2, and level 3.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, Harry, if I could, when we go from level 2 to level 3, can you give us an idea of the number of those projects for where the sponsor retains the engineering firm that did the level 2? Is it a very high percent, 90% plus, 100%? Do we have an idea how many times that they actually switch project engineers? Because once we get to level 3, it's up to the sponsor to pick the engineering firm to do that.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have statistics to offer to you. What I will tell you is I won't call it a high majority, but certainly the majority of sponsors will retain the engineer that has been used on prior studies. Now, if there are problems that arise in a level 2, for example, and the sponsor is not happy, they may switch engineers, and it's their prerogative because they are employing the engineering firm.
More questions? Okay, well, with that, we'll move on.
The next project is the Broken Wheel Ranch Water Supply 2017 project. The project description is the design and construction of a groundwater well, improvement and storage tank, transmission pipeline. The appropriation was for $613,050, and again, it's a 67% grant. Next project is the Cody Tank 2017 project. The project description is design and construction of a storage tank. The appropriation was for $2,412,000, and again, a 67% grant. Next project is the Cali Tank 2017 project. Project description is design construction of a storage tank. appropriation is for $3,155,700. This is also a 67% grant project. The next project is Gillette Regional Extension's 2017 project. Project description is design of pipelines. So this is a design-only project. The sponsor will probably come back in 2 years and be looking for construction funding after they've completed the design of the project. The appropriation is for $361,800. And again, it's a 67% grant. Next project is the Glen Rock Transmission Pipeline 2017 project. Project description is the design and construction of a transmission pipeline. Appropriation is for $254,600. That's a 67% grant also. The next project is the Opal Well Improvements 2017 project. Project description, design and construction of well improvements. There was an appropriation of $4,690. Again, 67% grant. Next project is the Pineview Tank and Booster Pump 2017 project. Project description is design and construction of a storage tank pumping facilities. Total appropriation is for $368,500. Next project is a Pioneer Transmission Pipeline 2017 project. This is for design and construction of a transmission pipeline. The appropriation is for $1,246,200. Again, 67% grant. The next project is the Thane Tank 2017 project. Project description is design and construction of a storage tank. The appropriation is $589,600, and again, 67% grant. The last project is the Wheatland Wells 2017 project. This is for the design and construction of wells and pipelines. The total appropriation is $994,950, and again, a 67% grant.
Representative Larson, excuse me, sorry.
Chairman, thank you. I have a question on the Cali tank. Are they part of the Shoshone project, the municipal? I can't remember, not that it matters, but.
Is it?
Mr. Chairman, Cali's growing so fast that it went from 200 population to over 1,000, and that little tank can't handle the water. We got to put a new tank in. They're moving out of Lovell, going to Cali.
Any more questions for Brian on account one?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Construction. Senator Meyer.
Yeah, how many wells are in that Wheatland project, and what's the total yield?
I believe that's for 2 wells, and I'm not sure what their target yield is. It's to replace 2 existing wells that they're having failing casing, so they're looking to replace those wells.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Questions? Okay, move on to count 2.
The next tab is tab W, and under tab W, you'll find the level 3 water development count 2 projects, and these again are rehabilitation projects. If you look on the summary sheet, we have the first 2 projects are grant only, so that's the Casper CY Booster Station and the Thermopolis pipeline replacement. The next 2 projects are a grant and loan at 67.33%, and that's for the Dry Creek Irrigation District pipeline replacement and the LeClaire Irrigation District Rehab 2017 project. The remaining 6 projects are for materials only. So the first project in the notebook is the Casper CY Booster Station Replacement 2017 project. The project description is the design and construction of pumping facilities. There's an appropriation of $852,910, and this is for a 67% grant. I would say on this particular agreement, this is the same agreement in essence as the account 1 grant only agreement, with the exception of the bulk water sales, that paragraph R that we discussed. Moving forward to the next project. The next project is the Thermopolis Pipeline Replacement 2017 project. The project description is design and construction of pipelines. The appropriation is $1,545,200. And again, this is 67% grant project. Moving forward, the next project is the Dry Creek Irrigation District Pipeline Replacement 2017 project. This project is a grant and loan project. Project description is design and construction of pipelines. Under paragraph 4A, total appropriation is $670,000. Under subparagraph 1, the grant amount is $448,900, 67% grant. And the loan is for $221,100. That's a 33% loan, 20-year term, 4%. Or to the next project. That's behind the blue sheet, the blue tab, the next blue tab. This is also a granted loan agreement. The project is the LeClaire Irrigation District Rehabilitation 2017 project. Project description is design and construction of canal lining. Under paragraph 4A, the total appropriation is $1,530,910. Subparagraph 1, the grant amount is $1,174,510. Again, 67% grant. The loan is for $356,400. That's a 30-year loan with an annual interest rate of 4%. Next project is the Deaver Irrigation District Flume Replacement 2017 project. This is an account 2 materials only project. The project is description is design construction of a water flume, lateral improvements. This project, there's a grant amount of $91,000, and this is for 100% of the materials costs for the project. It's a little bit different than the grant-to-grant loan projects that we had discussed earlier. So on these particular projects, the 100% material project, the sponsor is responsible for hiring a warming professional engineer to design and perform construction management services and also pay for the contractor installation. So the reimbursable portion of this project would be just the materials only. So the next project behind the blue tab would be the Goshen Irrigation District Rehabilitation 2017 project. This is an account 2 materials only project also. Project description is design and construction of lateral pipelines. The appropriation is for $214,000, and again, it's for 100% of materials costs. The next project is the Hart Mountain Irrigation District Rehabilitation 2017 project. This is account 2 materials only project also. Project description is design and construction of lateral pipeline and structures. Total appropriation is $410,000, and again, 100% of materials costs. Next project is Midvale Pilot 27A Lateral 2017 project. This description is for the design and construction of lateral pipelines. Appropriation is for $355,000. Next project is Shoshone Irrigation District Rehabilitation 2017 project. This is description is design and construction of lateral pipelines. Total appropriation is $234,000, again for 100% of the materials costs. Last project is the Sidon Irrigation District Rehabilitation 2017 project. Project description is design and construction of lateral pipelines. Total appropriation is $483,000. Again, materials only for 100% of materials costs.
Representative.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Are these projects mostly just what they can do in a year? It kind of used to be where you do maybe for 2 years, but
I think it's a project by project basis. It just depends on exactly how much they can get done in a year. If they can get it done in a year, then obviously they're good to go. But some of these projects they might not get done, and so they'll continue with construction in the following off irrigation season.
Any more questions? Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Senator Meyer. The Casper Seaway Booster Station, that's a lot of money for a booster station. Can you tell us some of the specifics on that as far as one pump, 10 pumps, the capacity or volume that's being pumped during the day? And the other thing is a general question about a lot of these are design and construction. Is there any sideboards on what's paid as far as design costs? How is that determined? Is there an open checkbook? You can have 800,000 in design and 90,000 in construction. I hope that's not the case. Then what's the case for the process for bidding or sourcing the materials in these different projects? And the reason I bring that up is that we had I think it was up there at that mine up above Lander. Can't recall the name of it.
Atlantic City.
Huh? The what?
Atlantic City.
Somewhere up there, that old one. And there was a bid that went in for a fire pump, and this fire pump was like $600,000, and you could buy it off the shelf for probably 10% of that. And I just want to have a better feeling that we're not getting into some of those type of things in this. And so, especially on this one, I like to see a lot of details on it as it moves forward, just kind of as maybe a spot audit check to see, whether or not we've got some problems.
So to answer your first question, this particular project is to replace an existing pump station. I don't know the specifics as to the capacity of the pump station, but it's a pump station I think that has been around for 30 or 40 years, and it's just again just looking to renew that pump station. So your second question, what we look for as part of the operating criteria, the proposed operating criteria was to when we look at engineering contract costs, we're looking at 10% for design and 10% for construction management services, and that's based off of the the total construction cost estimate. So that's what we're looking for as kind of a baseline. What we're looking for, not to exceed amount on the engineering contract.
Follow-up. Go ahead. So if it's based on a percentage of the cost of the project, who's sourcing the materials for the project? I hope it's not the engineer.
Well, the engineer, as far as the estimate, yeah, they're putting together the estimate. And so we're doing our best to make sure that estimate's a reasonable estimate, that they're not trying to load up a particular item to push that the bottom line higher. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Anyway, let's keep a really close eye on that. Just kind of, if we can, if the committee wants to look at it, that's fine. But I certainly would like to take a real close look at it, just to make sure that we're because if you're 10% on a pumping station that's already working, and basically all you're going to do is cut everything off both ends of the pumping station and replace it with new stuff. Or if you're going to totally redesign and re-engineer the pumping station and the flow and everything, that's one thing. Just chopping and replacing, that's entirely a different thing. Because if all you're doing is replacing, if they walk around with their handheld and they write down what was the pump and the gallonage and the horsepower and the size of the pipes and the name on the valve, and they just order new stuff and they put new stuff in. So, there's even though if it's 10% and there's no, I guess what I'm getting at is there any way that varies, that 10%, or is it a flat 10%?
No, from Mr. Chairman, with regard to the 10%, I think that typically that'd be a maximum amount. The larger the project, we would look at it as a smaller percentage of the construction cost estimate. I think if you looked, if I recall, I've kind of kept track with Gillette, and again, that's a large project. I think we're running somewhere on between 6 and 7% on the design, and maybe a little bit higher on the construction and administration of that project. But again, that's a much larger project. So the smaller the project, it's harder for the consultant to probably beat sometimes that 10%. But again, that's what we're shooting for.
Quick question for Brian. Brian, when you get down here, could we get the totals for each one of these? I noticed you put these nice little sheets in here that have each one, but there's no total. So we could just.
Sure. You bet.
More questions? Oh, Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if Brian was going to go through the project agreements. I don't have a specific question on an individual project. And I've got a question on the project agreements, the actual agreement that goes for all of these projects. And I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask that question or not.
I think it is.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chairman, Brian, the question I have is if we go to page 1 of the project agreement, and they're all global, the question I have, and then go down to subsection C. And this talks to the establishment of the sinking fund. It says the sponsor shall establish a sinking fund or maintain an existing sinking fund at an amount deemed acceptable by the commission. So the first part of my question is how is that determined? How is that that amount deemed acceptable by the commission determined? Is it just a standard percentage for all projects, or how is that process determined?
Mr. Chairman, I guess a little history to back up. Last year, I think it was last year, Daniel, I'm looking to you, we changed the language with regard to retainages. Up until we made the change, the staff determined what that recommendation was for retainages. I'm sorry, for a sinking fund. And so generally what we were looking for would be items that would have to be replenished or refurbished within the life of the project. And so a lot of times that would be tank coating systems, SCADA systems, disinfection facilities. But as far as the pipeline, if it was a pipeline project, for example, typically that was exceeded the life of the project. So we really didn't take a look at that. But subsequent to the change of the AG's office proposed in the agreement, now they're asking, and this is in this language is pulled out of the state statute. So the state statutes, our agreement matches the state statute language. And so what the agreement is now saying is that the sponsors to provide us with what a sinking fund account, and then we'll approve it. And so I think in generally we're looking for the same types of replacement costs that we looked at in the past, but instead of us coming up with that number, now we're looking toward the sponsor to provide us with that number for concurrence.
If I could, so that leads me to a couple of questions before I get to my next question based on your answer. So you said staff makes that determination. The question I would have back to the commission, it says in an amount deemed acceptable by the commission. So does the staff bring that recommendation back to the commission for your review or approval? Is that that's acceptable? So I just want to get the mechanics. And then the other part of that is you said that the AG's changed the contracts, but I don't see that new language in this agreement that we're effectively approving and are going to move forward. So when does that new language start to come in?
So, Mr. Chairman, the language in the agreement is the new language, and that mimics the state statutes in Title 99. Okay. So and we're moving away from a system where the actual amount was put in the contract. So that's the change. And in terms of administering these contracts, then each project manager is detailing that acceptable amount based on the specifics of the project? Does, like Brian indicated, does it have instrumentation, SCADA, pumps, building maintenance, those types of things? So that, I guess that question has not been brought forward. Do we bring that to the commission to approve those? We have not in the past. That has been a project manager determination.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Butfeld.
I think the problem we're going to run into is that, as Mr. Hicks was saying, it says commission approved. We've never done this before. I guess my question would be is that if we sign the contract and the staff and the sponsor comes back and says, this is what we think should be in our sinking fund, what happens if we say, as a commission, we look at that and say, not enough? I mean, maybe that's a question for the AG. I don't know who it's a question for, but I think we ought to answer that question. And right now, the operating criteria, even under the proposed changes that we're going to have to make, there is nothing in there about how this is established. And so I think that's going to have to go on our list in the operating criteria when we start going through those changes.
Commissioner, Representative Larson, excuse me.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Some of these are projects that are bureau projects, obviously. They have a reserve there for instances where they have an emergency fund. Is this kind of the same fund, or are we trying to, on every project they have, add to that fund? Is that question able to be answered?
So, Mr. Chairman, the intent of this provision is that when the state of Wyoming provides funding assistance to a sponsor and we build a project, that they in fact will then go forward and maintain and operate it. That's the purpose of that. So if they have established O&M funds, then this is not generally an issue. For example, City of Cheyenne, which provides water to 50,000 people, they have a well-established budgeting process where operation and maintenance costs are funded. This is more targeted towards those smaller entities who may not have an O&M fund established, and this document does require that they provide one. So, Mr. Chairman, in the last year, we've gone through this issue of what does the commission do and what does the office do? And recall that at our October meeting, this document was approved by the commission, agency process descriptions, where we talked about the agency processes that are performed by both the commission and the agency and who does what. So we have, and it is the agency process description: review, select, complete water development, planning, and construction projects. Under office duties and responsibilities, it's not specific to determining the O&M fund, but the office is required to manage and administer sponsor agreements. So those provisions that are in there, the office is making sure that, do they have all their permits the right of way? And I would put establishing a reasonable O&M fund or a sinking fund in that category. If the commission wants to pull that back, then we can bring all of those determinations back to you for approval. I think that's up to the commission. But I think the language is broad enough to say that the commission can certainly delegate those duties.
Mr. Chairman, the second part of the question, and it gets back to, I think, what Commissioner Bud Failing was getting at. So this is going to be adopted in the new Chapter 7 in the criteria. And the language that I see here is verbatim almost to that's in the new Chapter 7. But when I read the Chapter 7 and read that new criteria, the thing that gives me a pause of concern, and something that we're grappling with as somebody that assists some of our local irrigation districts with administering these questions. So if you read the rest of that, the sinking funds for repair and maintenance of the project makes all the perfect sense in the world, but it doesn't specify, we've got through the amount thing, but let's talk about for how long. how long are they required to maintain the sinking fund? If we can get to the point of the amount, whatever that amount may be, is it for the duration or life of the project, 100-year or 50-year project? Do they have to maintain that based on the contractual obligation that they've signed here? And then there's a determination made, or is it for the period that the contract, if they've, so you've got projects where it was a materials only, you've got projects where they have a 30-year mortgage because they took the loan out. So the question becomes is how long, or is it if they paid the thing off or just do a material, is it for 15 years before they're eligible to come back? So the question I've got from some project or people that are already under contract with water development, how long do I have to maintain this sinking fund? And it seems to be an open-ended question. So I think it's important that we get that as a policy position. So if this comes up, we can just hand it to, say, if it's a materials only grant and you're paid off and you have nothing to the state, is it for 10 years or is it for 15 years before you're eligible to come back? So it's just it's a question hanging out there that I think that we probably need to address in the criteria.
So, Mr. Chairman, I do have that specific question in the form of a letter on my desk that I have yet to respond to one sponsor. But I will tell you that, again, in terms of the state providing funding assistance to build a facility, there is an expectation that the sponsor will maintain that facility. And the simple answer, and I don't know how you define this, but the simple answer is for the life of the project. We're not building the project so that the sponsor can maintain it for half of its useful life and then walk away from it or let it deteriorate. So it is for the expected life of the project. Now, so then what is the expected life of a concrete structure? Well, 50 years. Some of them, we have irrigation systems that are 100 years old. But at 100 years old, I can tell you that concrete is falling apart. So, and that's one of the things that goes into determining what is the appropriate O&M is the expected life, not only of the project, but then of the components of that project. Pumps have a shorter life. Instrumentation has a shorter life. And so that's all wound into that analysis. But the general question is for the expected life of the project. That they would maintain an operation fund and they would be responsible for maintaining the project.
Mr. Chairman, shouldn't we specify that up front in the contracts that it's that they're responsible to maintain this fund for the life of the project? But the question that has to me is and who's going to monitor something that was done 25 and 30 and 40 years ago? That now becomes the responsibility of the state through a contractual obligation. I think this is an AG's question. As much as anything, doesn't it add some liability or responsibility onto the state if we're going to extend it to the life of the project?
Daniel. So there is a state statute on this.
Do you want to speak to a microphone?
Oh. So, Mr. Chairman, there is a state statute on this in Title 99. And it does say that the sponsor shall be responsible for operation and maintenance of the project. So I believe it's our interpretation that once we're done with the project, it is the responsibility of the sponsor. And so that would extend through the life of the project.
Well, I'll give you a good example. The Worland first big water line we built out of that well out of Hyattville over to Worland, it broke out there and they did not have a sinking fund. They had to come down to the water development to get the money to repair it. That's when I told them that you have to create a second sinking fund to handle those kind of projects. If you have a break in the line, you got to have your own money there to do it. You don't keep coming back to water development to do it.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I agree that statute's in place, but we're talking about the maintenance of the fund, not necessarily the maintenance of the project. Those are two separate issues. So the statute says is you're responsible for maintaining the project or the infrastructure that you built with that. The specific question we're talking about is the financial obligation to maintain an account, as Commissioner Geis just indicated. And so those are fundamentally two different issues. You have a responsibility to maintain something, that's explicit in the statutes. What I can't find is in the statutes, where are we explicitly responsible for the duration of maintaining an account? And who's responsible for verifying, checking that that money's there? So I think it puts some onerous back on the commissioner of the state to periodically go in there and either audit each project that's been done. You know, when we do dams that have a 100-year diversion structure life expectancy, I think that's the question I have is if we're going to tell them that you have to maintain a sinking fund for the life of the project, and there's also an onerous upon the state or the commission to basically verify that periodically. I would, you know, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest you already have the mechanism to do that, and that is you have a provision that says you can't come back for 15 years for any water development funds, and it specifies in that provision in the criteria that says if there's negligence due to maintenance, you're not eligible even after 15 years. I just worry that it's just an open-ended concept to me that seems to be something that's hanging out there that I don't know how we grapple it, but given the fact that you're going through criteria right now, I think it would be appropriate to maybe look at that, Mr. Chairman.
We need to wrap this up because we got to have a break.
Is there any more questions or discussions on account 2 construction agreements? Okay, with that, Brian, do you mind if we take a break before we get into amendments? All right, thanks. We'll take a 15-minute break.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
I'm managed to stay the whole thing.
I was trying to get through it.
I'm good.
3 months before she passed.
like dry up
Tried
on its
taking
own.
care of her at home. Sent her there. And
You know, Blake's having, Blake's had quite a few
like
cookies.
that.
How many cookies, Blake?
No.
Looks like 2, but.
Oh, I'm not supposed to bring that up. I saw that.
Okay. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get back at it with 2017 construction project amendments. Brian, thanks.
Mr. Chairman, under tab XYZ, we have the level 3 project agreement. These are amendments to project agreements. The first page is again a summary of those projects. If you look, we have 3 projects that come in for additional funding, and we have 4 projects that are looking for time extensions. So with that, the first project in your notebook is the Amendment 1 to the Dull Knife Reservoir Spillway Rehabilitation Project. And the purpose of the amendment, it's indicating that it's to increase the amount of the grant and providing for an appropriation and changing conditions for dispersing the funds. So under paragraph 4A, we're increasing the appropriation. The original appropriation was $1,715,000. We've increased the appropriation by $252,000. This increase was to cover some additional costs that were identified during the design that the current dam, there's some issues with regard to stability requirements at the toe of the slope. I think that has been discussed, but that's the purpose of the amendment. I also like to point out under paragraph 4.8, subparagraph 2, there's an error. It's indicating 67% grant. That should be 35%. If you look above on subparagraph 1, the original grant amount was 35%. So it should be the same for both the original. The amendment should be the same as the original grant amount. The next project is Amendment 1 to Gillette Regional Extensions Phase 2 project. If you look under the paragraph 2, the purpose of the project was to provide construction funding. This project was originally a design-only project, so this provides the construction funding to the project. Under paragraph 4A, we also changed the description of the project to include construction. The original description only included design of the pipeline, so this modifies the description to include the construction portion of the project. Under paragraph 4.B, the total appropriation amount now is $2,237,800. The original appropriation was $562,800. The amended amount is $1,675,000, and again, that's 67% grant. The next project is the Amendment 2 to the Green River Rock Spring Sweetwater County Joint Powers Board. Under paragraph 2, this is requesting a time extension only. So under paragraph 4.A, we're the reversion date is moving from July 1st, 2017 to July 1st, 2018. This project is the Laramie Northside Tank Project. This is another project that had a design-only appropriation, so they've come back and looking for the construction funding for the project. Under paragraph 4A, again, we've added and construction to include the construction component of the project. Under paragraph 4B, the revised appropriation is $8,503,000. The original grant appropriation was $804,000. The amended or the additional construction funding request was for $7,303,000. And again, those were both at 67% grant.
Senator Meyer.
Did we ever get a regional water system worked out over there? I know there was a lot of discussion about that. The last one was between the university and the city of Laramie, but there's some other, you've got Northside Laramie, you've got I mean, I'm just wondering where we're at on that, or we just have a lot of players and they're just not playing together.
Mr. Chairman, the city of Laramie does function as the regional water supplier. There is not a regional governance structure like a joint powers board in place. It's a municipal system, but the city of Riverton does, not Riverton, Laramie, excuse me. Laramie does provide water to the south of Laramie, Water and Sewer District. They provide it to the 7 Mile Water District, and then there's a 9 Mile district. So they have not, when requests have been brought forward to serve outside of their jurisdiction, they have. What's been going on are disputes about the rates per se. And then, of course, University of Wyoming was just trying to get off of their system with regards to the golf course. And Brian, do you know whether that agreement has been renegotiated?
I do not.
Yeah, for water supply for the golf course, but I'm sure that it will be. Otherwise, the golf course won't get watered this summer. So.
Commissioner Bettis.
One quick question. When you read this amendment under 4A project description, what exactly is this amendment doing? Instead of we had caught this in the original, either the level 2 study or in the
So
before we let the level 3 contract.
Mr. Chairman, clarification, which contract are you referring to?
Looking to the Laramie North side.
Okay.
It says the amendment was project description. Did we miss the description in the level 2 study, or what happened?
So, Mr. Chairman, this project was funded initially level 3 as a design-only contract. And so that's why we've authorized funds for design. They're now wrapping up that design. They're ready to go to construction. So this amendment adds the construction funding for the project.
That's what I'm wondering. Did we miss in the description, or did we not miss anything?
So, Mr. Chairman, the original description was design only.
Okay.
It did not include construction. And so, and that's happened a number of years ago, but we do that for cash flow purposes within the funds. And this was a very large project. They didn't seem like they were ready to move immediately to construction, design, and then constructing it. There were questions that Brian certainly was asking. And so we felt it was best that they proceed with design, come back with then a finalized design, and then we funded the construction as part of this amendment.
In that last paragraph, it says that they are further going to define the project components. Are we going to have to come back with another amendment to cover that, or what goes on there?
Mr. Chairman, no, the design is underway. And is it complete?
It's Mr. Chairman, it's nearing completion. I'd say it's probably the design is probably 90% complete. And as of right now, the estimated construction cost estimates are within the budget.
I don't see any more questions, so go ahead, Brian.
The next project in your notebook is the Riverton Water Supply Project. Under the purpose of the amendment, this is to add additional time to the reversion date. Under paragraph 4.A, it's been revised from July 1st, 2017 to July 1st, 2020.
Representative Blake.
The pipeline project they were having easement issues with.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. And it's my understanding those easements have been resolved.
It's like tribal, we were informed that the easements had been resolved, so it's a good extension.
And Mr. Chairman, I would further provide to your information. This project was initially started, 2010. Riverton constructed the majority of the project. Then this transmission line, which was part of the original concept, was not completed due to an easement. It has held that project up for 3.5 years. So.
Ed.
Next project is the Willwood Dam Rehabilitation Project. This project is also reverting, adding to the reversion date. The original date was July 1st, 2017. It's been amended to July 1st, 2018. The additional time was to evaluate sediment issues at the Willwood Dam. And the last project is the Gillette Madison Pipeline Project. This is Amendment 7. This is the large regional project. This project is also had requested a time extension. The original project time reversion date was July 1st, 2017, and they're asking that time to be extended to July 1st, 2020. I guess, and along with that project's anticipated to be completed sometime next year.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question. So why did they want the extension?
Mr. Chairman, because the project's not completed.
I know, but why? Sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
What
why?
goes George Washington's July 4th? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, there were a number of issues along the way, easement issues. We had 150 easements that we had to deal with, and so that delayed the start of the projects. We're behind on the design of the project. Also, from I'm not sure exactly why the design got behind, but the total project probably is comprised of upwards of 20 different separate contracts. And so there was a lot of balls up in the air, trying to get designs, specifications put together, go out to bid, and manage those projects. So
Lost circulation on the well.
yeah, Harry just pointed out, we have 5 wells out there that were drilled, and we've had lost circulation issues on several of the wells that delayed finishing the well portion of the project also.
Chairman, over the years, we've created all those subdivisions around Gillette, Wyoming. And now we're tying all those into this big water system. That's why it's taken a lot of time. This has been going on ever since I've been down here.
Oh, Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, 2 questions. First one is for all 4 of the extensions, is there adequate funding in the existing budget? Are we going into the 10% contingency on those? Or are we looking at potentially, as they move forward, coming back for a contract amendment? I guess, is the 10% contingency adequate to cover the extension, just because the inflation cost associated with delaying projects?
Mr. Chairman, currently there's 2 projects that are yet to be bid, but currently it looks like the budget is sufficient to complete the project. So until we see these projects come in, it's really hard to say. But I would be surprised if this budget didn't. We weren't able to complete this project under the original budget.
Mr. Chairman, and just a second follow-up, and it has nothing to do with that. Could you explain the blending of funding coming out of account 1 and account 2 for these projects? When it says level 3, account 1 and account 2, was there insufficient funds in one of those accounts that we had to go back to the other? Or?
I guess, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking, where do you see the different accounts?
Up to the top of the page with the.
Oh, you're looking on the summary sheet?
On the summary sheet, it shows that there's funding coming out of both account 1 and account 2.
Mr. Chairman, so for the amendments, if the original appropriation was from account 1, that's where we're looking for the amendment, to get the money for the amendment also.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, so Dull Knife Reservoir was always funded out of account 2. So that's where the amendment, those dollars will be taken from.
Chairman,
Senator
a lot of that Gillette water money is not coming out of water development. We set that, 3 or 4 years ago. when Senator Hines was there, and they borrowed money from the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund or something to help do that whole total project. If you go back, it's a pretty complicated outfit.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, I believe Senator Hicks' question was all of the amendments. Some are from 2, some are from 1, but the Gillette Madison project has its own financing plan. Some of that was funded with AML funds. There was, I believe, I could be wrong, it's some general fund. You have
so
general fund. There were loan dollars out of the Permanent Mineral Trust, and so that's a comprehensive funding package that was made with multiple appropriations over multiple years.
It's complicated, Gillette water system.
Okay. Any more questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
so I mean,
Buckland.
I really hate to get off track. And if you guys think this is too long, just tell me. But so you've got Gillette Madison and Senator Geis, Commissioner Geis, Jerry said, you got all these little subdivisions that are out there to tap onto the project. I understand that because that all happened before I was here. But those all little subdivisions then come back to water development, right? To determine if they're going to tap in. I mean, so do we have a plan or an organization or a setup so that we don't have to then do a level 1 and level 2 for each of these little dinky subdivisions that are coming along? Because it seems to me that this is all one giant project, and I would think there would be some cost savings or organization, or we ought to be thinking about some way to do this in a block instead of now we're going to have 16 or however many subdivisions. 56. We cannot afford 56 level 1s or level 2s to get these guys tapped into this. I mean, and if this is a way too big a discussion for this, I'm happy to drop it and put it on a workshop somewhere. But this, I mean, this is silly.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll attempt to provide a shortened response, but it may justify or warrant a bigger discussion. So 56 entities, 40, 60 entities, and each one has its unique set of facts.
Sorry, coffee down the wrong pipe. You're talking, I can listen and cough at the same time.
So we have, to give you an example of a couple of the circumstances, we're only dealing with districts. So invariably these subdivisions that were developed starting in the 1970s into the 80s have now formed into districts, improvement and service districts, water districts, so they are eligible for our funding. But so one connection scenario would be that the Gillette Madison pipeline runs right by their subdivision, and so they need just a very small connection to those. We wouldn't necessarily do a level 1 study for that. However, because they are districts, when they connect into the system, the city of Gillette is not necessarily taking over their distribution piping within their district. And so oftentimes when we're requested to do a level 1 study, it's more than just the connection. It is to take a look at their entire distribution system. A number of these districts have their own water storage facilities. And so the level 1 goes beyond just the connection. It looks at that. And then another scenario is that the districts may be some distance from the Gillette Madison pipeline. And so then we look at, in terms of a feasibility study or level 1, the routing, the connection, how is it best to connect this district into the system. And in some cases, there are multiple districts that can benefit from that extension of a line from the Gillette Madison pipeline. The city of Gillette is owning and operating these extensions, but at the point of connection to the districts, then that's where the ownership and maintenance then switches from city of Gillette to the independent districts. And so I would agree with Commissioner Bud Fallon that it is not warranted to do a level 1 study on all of these, but if they have a significant distribution and water system that they're responsible for, we may do a level 1 study as part of this effort. So it just depends on the scenario.
Mr. Chairman?
I've been on a number of these too, and a lot of times we'll go straight to level 2 with them and skip level 1s and just go straight into that and do some kind of level 1-ish stuff in your level 2s. But I mean, it kind of covers it, and then they're ready to connect if that's a feasible option for them. So Karen.
So I would actually think this would warrant some sort of further look. I'd like some sort of a list or chart or something of all of the 56 districts, because since Commissioner Bettis's deal is regionalization, it still seems to me that even if you've got a little district that's not ready to come in or hasn't applied yet, you know, if we just look at these one application at a time, we're going to end up doing one study at a time, even if we go straight to level 2. And it seems to me it'd be a useful exercise to see who everybody's out there, lump them together in groups. I mean, because you may end up with then like 10 groups or 13 groups, and then look at some sort of a regional sort of savings or studies among the individual groups. Because the way we do it now, we talk and talk and talk about regionalization, but just like Hanover, they made the first application, and so we went with the first application, and now we're having to amend it to bring in a neighbor that we should have forced in at the beginning.
The other issue with that, though, is that we can't force these guys to be studied either. And so unless you go and say, I mean, I guess we could deny people and say, unless you bring in your 10 neighbors, we won't study you. But otherwise, it's a thing of, well, we're going to study these other guys and they don't have an option. We're going to do it regardless. And we can't do that either. So, you know,
Mr. Chairman,
we're
I would
stuck
agree
between
with
a
you.
rock and a hard place, I think.
But we could say, do you know your neighbor has got this same issue? Have you ever talked to your neighbor? And I'll bet half the time they said, oh, gee, no, we've never talked to our neighbor. I mean, at least we could make the suggestion. I just think having some sort of an organized chart of who all these people are. I mean, just 56 is a lot.
Well, about 10 years ago, the commission did shut them down and said, we're not going to handle every little one. You see how many we can tie in. And we've tied a lot of them in. Boyce back there can tell you a lot about. We've done a lot of improvements over there just because we shut down and said, we're not funding every little subdivision there is in Campbell County. We've come a long ways streamlining that outfit.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess to add to that, is there a reason why Gillette is somewhat unique in that they have that many districts that seem to be broken down by subdivision? Because at the current rate that's going, even with the current energy downturn, I mean, long term, I would expect Gillette to continue to grow and to probably add more subdivisions and subsequently more districts potentially. So I guess my first question is, are there, for some reason or another, is that a unique circumstance in the state that there are that many districts, and that's how that's been proceeding the last several years? And my next question to that would be, if not, I mean, has any other expanding city like Cheyenne started expanding the number of water districts in its outlying areas? And so I guess, yeah, I think, do we need to have a broader look at these clusters of smaller water districts that are made up of subdivisions around some of our bigger towns?
Mr. Chairman, let me give you at least my thoughts on Gillette, and I think it is unique. And there are a number of factors that entered into the situation we have today. And it started in the 1970s when there was a rapid expansion of coal mining in Gillette. That's one factor. That drove a large population increase in the 1970s. Those people have to have somewhere to live. And Commissioner Suker, you may have better insight than I, but those subdivisions could have been developed within the city or within adjacent to the city, annexed to the city, and they would have been brought into the city's water system at that time. Or the more, I'll say the cheaper route that can be taken in Campbell County was that they can step outside of city jurisdiction and develop subdivisions in the county. My assessment of Campbell County was that their subdivision regulations were not ready for that kind of growth, and there's easy access to groundwater. So you have a water source. So what they were doing for these subdivisions is drilling their own wells, building small community water systems. Septic systems would have been the wastewater option. And then when the lots were all sold, the subdivider left, and lo and behold, we have situations where when my neighbor takes a shower, I can't. And so the response has been in many occasions to form a district that then make them eligible for state assistance with regards to upgrading their water systems. And that led to some, I believe in the late 1990s, that strengthened the subdivision laws. DEQ is now required to review water and sewer system adequacy there. That's helped, but the growth took place, and we're dealing with the remnants. And now the Madison project is that regional provider, but all of these small entities exist. And I will say that as Gillette comes in, and you've handled amendments for a couple of their extensions off of the Madison project, when they come in and do that, they're not looking at just extending to one district. They're looking at all of the districts that could be served off of one transmission line from the Madison pipeline. And so it may be 2 or 3. This one may only be one entity that can tie into the pipeline. It would tie in here, but where most definitely Gillette is taking an active planning effort in terms of their system when it's extended. How do we pick up all of the possible districts at this one location? And I think it probably is appropriate that at a future work session, we'll bring a map of Campbell County around Gillette, and we'll show you where all those districts are. We can show you which ones have been connected or plan to connect, and there are others that have not taken the step to connect because they feel their water source is adequate, their system is adequate. But at some point in time, if they need state assistance, then we'll be in a position to insist that you will connect to the Madison system, and that will be your future water source. So it's, like I said, I think we're dealing with the development of the remnants of the 1970s.
Senator Meyer. I think I recall in Saratoga last year, we had some information on this, and it was somewhere in that between 40 and 60 million to connect all these people. I think when we have this workshop, there's a few things, Harry, that I think that we need to look at. Looking at Gillette in detail is good, but I think we need a global overview about how much we're going to need over the course of the next several years, and you pick it 5 or 10 or whatever reasonable time period to make these connections and the connections around the state similar situated. And realize, do this in the light that our water development funds were rated for 6 million, maybe more in the future. I know in the 80s, they got hit for a lot more. And we still haven't gotten paid back for the last time we got hit in the 90s. So one thing that we need to look at, I think, is the ability to pay on different communities and maybe have a variable match rate or grant rate rather than a 67% grant. Maybe look at a 50% grant and a 33% grant based on the ability to pay. And then move those folks off of the loan program and get them over to RUS or something else. So, you know, we're going to have to be a lot more efficient with the funds that are left. And this is more than what 40 to $60 million that would suck up the water development funds for the next several years and starve every other community in the state. So we're not going to be able to do this overnight. So we need that information, size and scope, time periods when it's going to be spent, and a plan on how to be more efficient. And so that's part of the workshop that I think we probably should progress on with. But that's up to the commission to see whether or not they'd like to get a little more details in some of those areas. So we're looking out 10 years rather than just what we think we're going to be able to do next meeting.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Bettis.
I guess I agree with Mr. Bud.
It's okay.
Karen, Kurt. I think it's a perfect opportunity for us to at least start some kind of a regionalization plan. And it may not be perfect, but if we wait, we may have a bunch of people come in hodgepodge, and then pretty soon our plan could be altered, or we won't have a plan, and we'll be dependent on them coming in. I think we should take the initiative and at least start formulating something to where we divide it into 10 areas or something for a start, get the handle on how far away from the pipeline they are, a map and all this other stuff. And then, maybe there is an opportunity to do a regionalization plan in one area. You may not be able to do it in another area because of something else. But if we don't take the initiative here, I just think that we'll be missing the boat.
I actually thought the county was going to.
Questions?
Pay for all of this.
Okay.
Chairman,
Representative McKim.
thank you. Harry, does the Gillette Madison Day charge a hookup fee?
Mr. Chairman, they do. I can't tell you what those are off the top of my head, but they do have I should say, there were some that were grandfathered in, that were entered the program early, and those that didn't get into the program early, there is a planned investment fee associated with connecting to the regional system.
Your Hicks.
Just one quick question for my edification, because I don't remember, but does the minimum tap requirement to participate in the program, does that apply to special districts or not? Or just because they formed a special district that they are eligible for the program regardless of the number of taps?
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, the minimum tap, which is 15 taps, is applied to individual districts if they bring an application forward.
Thank you.
Since these are amendments, can we go ahead and approve those, Harry, or do we still have to wait till after the 1st of July on those?
Mr. Chairman, those amendments were all authorized in the 2017 legislation. So effective date, July 1st.
Then our action to do would be to go through this motion that you handed out, basically. Then we can't make any action on any of these yet.
Mr. Chairman, I still have my question though about the sinking fund statements in some of those amendments. I mean, it says commission approved. I don't want to delay the projects. And if the AG thinks that it's okay that we approve the sinking funds after we approve the amendments, I'm cool with that, although, and hopefully we agree that the sinking funds are good enough. I mean, I don't know what happens if we say you got to have more money, but I'd like to know if it's okay with the AG.
Mr. Chairman, since this is in statute and it's given to the statute, I don't believe that it has to be in this contract.
Okay.
Although obviously from a practical perspective.
Right. Maybe next year we'll get our act together. Okay, Mr. Chairman, the other thing I would say is because the statute says commission, I do not believe we can delegate that through some, I mean, I think the statute says it's the commission approval. I think the commission has to approve it regardless of what we said in our, you have to tell me whatever it was you read from that. I don't remember.
Agency process description.
Yeah, I mean,
So, Mr. Chairman, if the commission wants to see all of those sinking fund determinations and approve those at a future meeting, we'll bring those to you.
either that or we got to get select water to change the statute.
Mr. Chair, I think that what Abby had said was, this process document that we approved kind of covered that sort of thing, and that the staff could, in my opinion, because of that document, which I think was passed on by the AG's office as an acceptable delineation of tasks, which every agency in the state has to deal with. What does the commission or board do and what does the staff do? I think it's okay for the staff to engage in that discussion with the entity as to what's an appropriate sinking fund, which I would think in 95% of the cases is going to be amicably agreed to. And then in a case where the entity felt the sinking fund that's being talked about or required by the staff is unreasonable, I think they could come to the commission and say, hey, there's no funding going forward because of this clause. We can't agree on a sinking fund. We're going to ask the commission to make a decision. As a practical matter, that's also easier because then we don't have to approve every sinking fund that gets established. Because I think in most cases, the entity and the commission will agree. So I, from what I remember of that document we agreed to, it would allow the staff to enter into that negotiation, sign the contract, get the funding rolling. That's going to be quicker. And then the entity can always come to the commission if there's a dispute and the money's not rolling. And the commission can decide at that point. So that would be my thought. It would be easier and quicker, I think, for funding these projects. You want to make a motion?
Mr. Chairman, though, I'm not saying to delay the contracts. I think we ought to, I'm going to vote to agree on every single one of these contracts. I think we ought to approve. The agency process, as Harry read to us, didn't say a word one about sinking funds.
True.
And I think if you look at the direct words of the statute, it says shall be approved by the commission. So I'm just, with all due respect, Counselor, if we didn't have disagreements among counselors, we'd be out of a job. So this is good.
Well, and I'm not a lawyer, but can't we delegate basically whatever we want to the staff if we really want to? I mean, the statute says we have to do it, but can't we delegate certain duties to the staff upon our, approval of that delegation?
That's my understanding. I think Mr. Solish would break a tie between these two dueling lawyers. But yeah, I think we both expressed our feelings about how this would go forward.
Mr. Chairman.
Who was that? Oh, Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I want to take a little different view from this and tell you what it does to the project sponsor. From a sponsor standpoint, we have no idea. And I'll just tell you experience of a long time working with the program. As you have different staff members who are your project managers, that historically has changed from project to project. And I can bring you concrete examples where we did this diversion structure, and this is what was stated in the contract that we had to maintain as a sinking fund. And then as we got a different project officer, say several years down the road, but it was the exact same project, the number's vastly different. So from a sponsor standpoint, it would be nice is if at least we had a schedule or a policy that knew what we were looking at when we actually signed the contract. Right now, the contract, as it's worded now, just says is the commission shall approve that. Whether you advocate that responsibility to the staff or not, it doesn't set any consistency across the board. And I know that the construction division tries to do that, but as we've changed directors and personnel so it'd be nice to have a consistent policy or a schedule as to what that looks like to be able to hand to a sponsor and say, this is what your obligation is going to look like. Just a suggestion, but But that's the difficulty from a sponsor standpoint is it's like a moving target. Yeah, and it would be nice, even if it's something that the staff in the office does, would still be able to know what, for $100,000 concrete structure, there's an expectation of this, whether it's a policy or a fee schedule or whatever that number is. But when you're dealing with smaller districts that are tight budgeting, that may run on a total annual budget of maybe less than $40,000 or $50,000 a year, and enter into an agreement, and then come back and say, well, you got to put $50,000 or $60,000 into a sinking fund, not knowing that up front, that becomes a pretty onerous burden on them to go out there back to their ratepayers and say, now double or quadruple your rate in 1 year to be able to meet that. And then it gets back to the question, how long do you tie those funds up? But I still think it would be prudent. And I'm coming at it not from either the commission or the staff, but coming at it from a project sponsor. It's something I think that would be very beneficial to know up front, all the parties, the commission, the staff, and the project sponsor, to know what that, is it 10% of the total project cost? Is it based on the life of the project? Is the life of a project for a rock diversion structure similar to a concrete? Does a pipeline going to have a different fee schedule because of the life expectancy? Right now, we don't know. So that's just my input, is a little different perspective, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Good, Larry.
Harry, on our level 3, isn't that determined what our sinking funds are in the study?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, so in some cases in our level 2 studies,
Our level 2, I will say.
we will be talking about the financial aspects of this project moving forward. We talk about the financing for the loan piece, if they're going to finance it with a loan, what that additional cost would be to the users or their annual O&M. And we do talk about, and Barry, correct me if I'm wrong, the need to for an operation and maintenance sinking fund for not only the facility being proposed, but for their entire system. And it depends on the sophistication of the sponsor. Cheyenne, it's not a question, but a little bitty improvement in service district, they may not have any O&M accounts or sinking funds.
Isn't that also, that's part of the program. Isn't that also determined on the life of the loan?
Mr.
In
Chair.
other words, is that right?
Yeah.
If we have a 20-year loan, a sinking fund drives to that 20 years, correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes, and that would be for the loan piece of, that would be a future obligation they're taking on if they're going to borrow money.
That's right.
It would last 20 years. Likewise, then the sinking fund for O&M of the facility would also be in addition to that.
So it's predetermined is what I'll say.
Listen to the answer.
Daniel, do you want to have an answer for us, or try to?
I think that's something we could take a closer look into, specifically whether the agency processes apply to the sinking fund. I just wanted to also point out that if there is some confusion on this, the legislature has, added to your toolbox. So you now have the authority to promulgate rules, to delegate administrative duties to the office. So if this is something where you're unclear about, that's one possible option.
Perhaps rather than taking an action today, this is something we should work on in a workshop or something.
Mr. Chairman, though, if it's appropriate to make a motion, because we got sponsors that are waiting for these contracts, I would move the adoption of the amendments that were discussed by, I'm going to read this, so you know your work has gone to. I would move that the Water Development Commission grant the chairman, or if unavailable, the vice chair or the secretary, or if unavailable, the acting secretary. Clinton, you should be sure to be there because I don't want to sign all these. The authority enter into all of the project agreements or amendments on or after July 1st.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Bud Fallon and seconded by Commissioner Lancaster that we grant the chairman and secretary the authority to enter into these project agreements. And Karen, I believe you're off the hook because I think it's Dave's job now to be acting
Oh,
secretary.
you're acting? Cool.
Just so you know. But anyway, any more discussion on the motion?
Question.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign.
Thanks,
Motion
Mr.
carried.
Chairman. And at the same time, I would request that this whole issue regarding the sinking fund, and I do recall the requirement about the rules. If we're going to delegate it to the office, I think we have to do it through a rule, not through an agency process thing that didn't go out for public review or comment or anything. We just sort of get them. And maybe that's the way to handle it. But I would like to request either the AG or the office or whoever the appropriate party is, look at that and let us know what to do.
Commissioner Glick.
Voted on it.
Well, it's an amendment to the motion.
Amendment to the
Not
motion.
after it's
Yeah.
adopted.
Oh,
Huh?
not after it's adopted? Oh, okay. Lawyers say we can't do it.
Okay. Oh, Chairman, you can't amend the motion, but you can have a separate amendment.
You can have a separate motion.
A separate motion.
Yeah.
It'd be a separate motion.
You got to get a second.
Mr. Chairman, it's basically, it's a discussion that Clinton and I had is about putting a sunset in there. That gives the legislature 2 years to get their act together and pass something that's a little more functional as far as effective immediately or July 1. Delegating all of this power to the chairman. Essentially, the commission doesn't have to even meet because they, at any point in time they want to, can approve a contract. That's what you've done. You've given total executive authority to the chairman to approve any of these things. The commission doesn't even have to meet. You don't even have to have this meeting. That's
Oh, no, I was
complete
talking
executive authority.
specifically about the projects we discussed.
That's not what the amendment says. The amendment says that you're giving them total blank authority after July 1st, 2017. You know, and so essentially you don't even need a commission because all that power for approval of any project is vested in the chairman from that date forward. That's what the amendment does. What the new motion does is say that power is there, but on 2019, it disappears.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, and I think it was in the original motion, if we could have that read back, but the way I understood the original motion, it was only specific to the Dull Knife Spillway, the Gillette Regional Phase 2, Green River, Rock Springs, water reservoir. That's the way I understood the motion. So if that's.
I understood it that it was as it was
global.
written, that was a 2017.
So, Mr. Chairman, if we could have that motion reiterated, but that's the way I understood it was only specific to those projects enumerated in tab X, Y, and Z.
I think that's what the highlighted part of this, and I realize you guys don't probably have a little bit different motion on in front of you guys, but the highlighted part I was supposed to include, and I don't remember how you read that exactly, but these project names.
Mr. Chairman, as the
Mr. Chairman,
maker
if
of the
it's-
motion, I want to reiterate that it's only dealing with the discussion that we had with Brian today on those specific projects.
Or Mr. Chairman, then we don't have a problem. Then it's very limited, even more so than a sunset. Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think we're using some words back and forth synonymous. As I understood the motion, it was to give authority to approve after July 1st for all of the contracts that have been presented, there's a number of Water Development Account 1 contracts, Water Development 2 contracts, and the amendments. There are 3 categories.
Correct.
And those were included in your motion.
Correct.
Okay. And
As of
that's
today.
and so only those that were presented today would be included in that authority.
Everything in the notebook.
In the notebook.
Okay. With that, we are going to move on finally to.
We did vote for this.
Oh, select water's got to, yeah, okay.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion.
Go ahead.
Okay.
That the Water Development Commission has submitted the projects as outlined under new construction. Under the agenda, all projects under item 10 in the agenda. That the Select Water Committee for its review and recommendation, and I move that the committee do recommend that the Water Development Commission enter into project agreements for said projects.
Second.
So moved by Senator Hicks, seconded by Senator Anselmi Dalton. Any further discussion?
Okay, I have a discussion, yeah.
Senator
Does that mean that it's by the commission or their designee, or is it just by the commission? Does your motion allow for the action that the commission just made to allow the chairman to approve those? Or is it restrictive to the commission meeting as a
The
body?
motion as it reads is to the commission, but the motion that we just passed is the commission has delegated that authority to their chairman.
Right. So, Mr. Chairman, I think that if our motion wants to be constructive and fit in there, we're probably going to have to say the commission or as delegated by the commission to the.
Mr. Chairman, I would accept that as a friendly amendment to the motion.
So amended.
Second.
Okay, we have the amendment to the motion. Is there any further discussion on that amendment?
No.
Can I get a question? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The amendment has been adopted. Back on the main motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Amendment or motion has been adopted.
Okay. With that,
That's all right. We'll
thanks,
go
Brian.
with it. I don't think there's-
We'll move on to the Wright Water and Sewer District's water sales amendment.
Mr. Chairman, under the second tab A is an amendment 3 to the agreement between the Wright Water and Sewer District and the Water Development Commission. This deals with the sale of water from their municipal system for uses outside of their jurisdiction. And the genesis of this is that within Title 99 of the statutes, and this becomes a provision of all of your construction contracts, if the sponsor takes dollars from the Water Development Commission to build a water component, and then they use that later to sell water outside of their jurisdiction, then a portion of those proceeds are to come back to the Water Development Commission. Pardon me?
How much do we get from Laramie? We'll find that out. Maybe we get a report, Mr. Chairman, on that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, this is for water sales outside. It would not include the districts that they provide water to. It's typically for oil and gas drilling is the big one, road construction outside of their jurisdiction. Those are the types of uses that we're talking about. Okay. So in Wright's case, they have a number of wells, 2 of which have been drilled by the Water Development Commission. And they have now added another well to their system. And in so doing, they've increased their overall supply. So the percentage of water being provided by the 2 Water Development Commission funded wells actually decreases. And that's what this amendment does. So if you look at on page 1, special provisions under in the third line, in the 2 paragraphs, third line, it talks about represents 13.5%, parentheses, 300 gallons per minute divided by 2,230 gallons per minute. The 2,230 is their new overall capacity for all of their wells. Prior to this last well being added, prior to their self-funded well, it was 1,982 gallons per minute. So now, what this means is that there will be a reduced percentage of outside water sales, and Wright does have a significant amount of outside water sales. So that same analysis happens on the second well, which is on that page RJ7. I was talking about RJ4 previously. So that if you go to page 2 of the amendment, second paragraph at the top, it says, therefore, the total annual payment to the commission by the sponsor will be 20%, parentheses 10.1% for RJ4 and 9.9 for RJ7 of the net profit. That percentage, now 20, or proposed to be 20%, was previously 22.51%. Again, because they have a larger capacity of non-water development funded facilities. I would stand for questions.
Questions on this?
Approval. Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Geis, seconded by Commissioner Lancaster, that we approve the water sales amendment to the Wright Water and Sewer District. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Bighorn Canal underway project.
So, Mr. Chairman, under the second tab B is a request from the Bighorn Canal. Hi, Richard. And before we get into the specifics on this request, we have some new commissioners. Let me tell you that with the legislature has provided funding to the Water Development Commission to deal with projects that exceed their authorized budget, and they are called the sponsor contingency funds. And we have a fund for a Water Development Account 1 projects, and we have a fund for Water Development Account 2. And let's see. And this, I'm reading a section out of Title 99-3-1106, and it talks about the use of these funds. It's the project description: the establishment of a fund to provide supplemental funding for sponsors' existing Level 3 rehabilitation construction projects where construction budgets have been rendered insufficient due to inflation or unexpected increase in material cost, change in materials, or increase in the quantities of materials necessary to complete the final project design. That's what sponsor contingency funds are for. So Bighorn Canal has a project, Bighorn Canal underway. It was, the appropriation was $175,000 for design and construction. The budgeted amount of out of that 175, the budgeted amount for construction was $123,600. The bids that were open May 23rd, 2017, the lowest responsible bidder is $171,918. So the bids came in high. And the sponsor is now requesting $45,000 of assistance through the sponsor's contingency fund in account 2. That is the nature of the request. I will tell you that that particular fund balance has uncommitted funds of about $712,000, so it fits within the funds that are currently available. And it certainly fits the criteria for using sponsor's contingency fund. Richard Russell is here from the sponsor if you have any questions.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman? So why were the bids so much higher than the original request? Is it materials or labor?
A little bit of both.
Okay.
One of the big issues in it is there's an individual landholder, and we've gone through the process. It took us a while to get an easement from him. It wasn't ever a disagreement as far as terms. It was actually getting him to come to the table and actually sit down and sign the thing. So we had some inflation increases, and then there were also some design changes after we put in our initial request, and we sat down with the engineers, and they'd done some look at it and given us an estimate that had changed from our level 1 or level 2. And before we put in our estimate, they gave us some estimates of what we thought. When they came back with final designs, there were some changes that they thought that we needed to do. On this underway, there's some pipes that are going under the canal, and there's not a whole lot of clearance between the top of the pipe and the bottom of the canal. And they thought it was wise to put in a concrete floor to protect those structures. So if we ever have to do any excavation in the area, that we don't damage the facility. And when we do that, it's a combination of those two things that expanded the budget.
Commissioner Bettis?
Who is they? Is they your engineer, or is they part of the level 2 study that?
Our engineer.
Okay, so we followed the level 2 plan and it was deficient? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
Well,
go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would not characterize the level 2, and actually, Dale, did we have a level 2?
No, this came through,
Because this wasn't really identified in our level 2.
no, this project came about, the district realized that they needed to replace this structure, and the governor's office and some other districts all got together and worked through the preliminaries. And the consultant was used briefly to provide a cost estimate. He looked at the structure that was there and provided a cost estimate. And then once we got the construction funding, the engineer then went ahead with the final design.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is a project that went directly to a level 3 project. No level 1 or level 2 planning.
Sure, guys.
This is out there just by the boys' school, and it's Lester Gulch is what we're talking about. And if we get a heavy runoff, then that culvert under there is not big enough to hold that, and it spills over into the canal. And that's why they're wanting to enlarge this underneath.
We want to enlarge it some, and then it's, it was built through a joint between the Bluff Irrigation District. It was called the Industrial School at the time, Bighorn Canal, and the Drainage District through there. We built it in 1937, and I mean we're approaching 80 years, and it's reached its functional life. And, there's about 25,000 acres below this, and that's irrigated on the Bighorn Canal. And if this fails, it's a catastrophic event for us.
Representative McKim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Harry, what would a level 2 have cost on this particular project about?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going, because it's a simple structure, my estimate would be, and I have a number of people in the room that can backstop me, somewhere on the order of $25,000 to $50,000.
Questions?
Well, I'd move this project.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Geis, seconded by Commissioner Suker, that we approve the water sales amendment, or no, excuse me, sponsors contingency fund for Bighorn Canal underway project. Is there any discussion, Senator Meyer?
I'm just wondering how much, 171 million, you could buy a lot of pipeline. How much? 71,000. Well, that's 171,000. Oh my God. Okay.
We'll take the 171,000.
I was looking at that and going, wow, that's an expensive project. I missed the zeros. Okay. Well, that's nothing then. Okay. Wow.
Okay, question's been called. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, we will need Select Water Commission approval for this.
Okay, this is your.
Okay, committee, is there a motion on this?
Motion to approve.
Moved by Blake, second by, who did I hear? Paxton. Any discussion? Seeing none, proceeding to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carried. Thank you.
I'd like to tell you guys thank you for the cooperation and everything that we've gotten all along and the projects that we've done. Thank you guys very much.
Thanks, Rich.
Have a safe trip home.
Yes.
Okay, next project, or next is the UW Water Research Program.
Come on up, Greg.
Oh, boy. Interesting things here, isn't there?
Nothing controversial.
No.
You never know. Sometimes we do something. Go get a cup of coffee. I won't leave the room.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, members of the Select Water Committee. My name is Greg Kerr. I'm the Director of the Office of Water Programs at the University of Wyoming. And I believe I read in the Laramie Boomerang that the city of Laramie and the University of Wyoming negotiated a water contract, so the golf course will survive. So I thought you'd all be happy about that, even though I didn't have anything to do with it. Within our Office of Water Programs, we have the Water Research Program. The Water Research Program is a cooperative program that is a combination of the state of Wyoming through the Wyoming Water Development Commission, the University of Wyoming, the Office of Water Programs, and the USGS. It was originally developed to address water-related issues in the state of Wyoming. And in doing so, our process that was developed by the Water Development Commission and the Select Water, we present to you a request for proposals that is sent to the researchers at the University of Wyoming to address issues within the state of Wyoming. Under your tab C is our fiscal year 2018 request for proposals. This RFP was developed by our 8-member advisory committee. That 8-member advisory committee worked through April and May to develop this new request for proposals. The basis of this RFP is follows directly through the governor's water strategy. So most, if not all, of the topics that are listed in this RFP fall within the governor's water strategy. We followed through with and the committee followed through with the RFP that we developed last year. Some of those topics were evaluated, dropped down to a bullet rather than a main topic. Were evaluated and clarification made on some of them with additions. 3 new areas or 3 new topics were added. Referring to the RFP, if you look at the first topic that we have, the dam operation and sediment management, if you can say there was a hot topic, that definitely was a hot topic in the state of Wyoming and continues to be. So this came to the top of our list as an issue that could use research and information through the university to address some of the issues, not only for Willwood and the sediment behind Willwood, but also for other reservoirs in the state that have those types of sediment problems. So that one fell to the top in that regard. The second one is an issue that was in our last RFP last year, referring to the new ones, number 3, system conservation monitoring and measurement, fell in our topics that needs to be looked at. The state engineer's office brought forth this particular issue for the Colorado River Basin. And you're probably familiar with the systems conservation pilot program that went from 2015 through 2017 as a temporary voluntary pilot program. They felt that this needs further looking into an evaluation of how that process works with deficit irrigation. Did that temporary program work? How could it be enhanced? How can we show that deficit irrigation and the amount saved from that is beneficial to the system? So that one fell into a new topic. Another new topic that we have is the water as a driver for economic diversity in Wyoming. you're probably familiar with, since the legislature voted to look at the economically needed diversity options for Wyoming. I felt that water in Wyoming, the Water Development Commission, provides diversity and looks at water development as a means of economic growth. I mean, I think all of the projects that are funded through the Water Development Commission in one way or another promote economic growth and feasibility for people living in Wyoming. So that particular one fell as a topic, a new topic that we could look at. How do we look at diversity, looking at Wyoming water and the development of that water? Most of the others were in our last year's RFP. If you had a chance to look at those, again, some were enhanced a little bit, others were dropped out and put down to a bullet. So that's the RFP that's presented to you today for your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman,
Chair Meyer.
Are these ranked, Greg, or are they just set out there?
They're, Mr. Chairman, they are just set out there. They're not ranked as far as priority, even though I did list in there the number one is Willwood or the sediment, because it just seemed to be a hot topic and I listed it as number one.
Any other questions for Greg? Senator Meyer.
It seems like there's a lot more out here than a person could ever expect to get funded, because we've only been able to do 2 or 3 and we've got a lot more than that. So are we going to see some ranking on these things, or what are you expecting Select Water or the commission to do with it?
Mr. Chairman, that is an information gathering. So yes, we hope that we get numerous proposals. The ranking then occurs with the proposals. So whatever proposals we get on topics is then presented back to the commission and the Select Water with a ranking from our advisory committee. Then that ranking is what is voted on for projects, if you take those into consideration. So in following through, we don't rank the RFP as such. Those are topics that are thrown out there. And if someone comes in with a really hot issue, maybe the commission or the Select Water would like that topic better than what we have here. But it's an information gathering from the RFP.
Any other questions? Motions?
Do we need to approve this, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we do.
I move to approve the request for proposals as presented.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Evans, seconded by Commissioner Lancaster, that we approved the RFP for the UW Water Research Program. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. I think you guys have to approve it as well.
That's correct.
Any
Motion to approve the RFP proposal.
thank you. Moved by Representative Blake. Second
Motion
by,
to amend, Mr. Chairman.
second by Larson. Motion to amend.
Yes.
Yes.
Over in this section on water as a driver for economic diversity, that add into that, I guess it does have something here about the today's legal and regulatory framework. But I think we also need to add in just not the law and the compacts and court decrees. We have to add in the action of state agencies, particularly the state engineer and the Board of Control. And so, because that's really who regulates our water. And there's a lot of actions that's been over the course of the last 20 years, including the Farm Loan Board too, in that probably over the last 50, where there's been a change or a shift necessarily as far as away from what I think this is trying to do, and that's to get water back in basically a driver's seat for economic diversity. Because you used to be able to get a lot of loans, and maybe it was reasonable irrigation loans to put in pivots and pipelines and different things like that. They're no longer reasonable. There's a lot of restrictions on how you can use water in Wyoming. compared to what there was 30 years ago, or even 10 years ago. So I think that has to be brought out to see whether or not we can change the mindset of different regulatory agencies and different state agencies on how they view water. And so I think that needs to be in the discussion here and emphasized. And Greg, I don't know how you do that, but that's just I'm hoping that as you bring that forward, you can look at that a little closer in those areas. And I think it's a good goal, but I don't want you to miss any points along the way that could be stumbling blocks for attaining it.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the only thing that when I look at that I think is glaringly deficient for me is when it talks about attracting and retention of new sectors to our economy. What I'm a little concerned is we don't do that at the expense of our existing economy. So any proposal that would come in that would have a reallocation of water from traditional sources to go to new sources to develop our economy is just an absolute non-starter. So just to make that up clear, is we're not looking at reallocation of our water resources to attract new and diverse economies.
To make that crystal clear, Mr. Chairman, watch out for water parks. Larry, is that how that works?
So, Senator, I guess, do you have any specific language suggestion for?
I just think just put it in there to say, so the attraction and retention of any new sectors to our economy shouldn't be contingent upon reallocation of existing water rights or obligated water sources. We're not going to buy and dry in this state, just to put it bluntly.
Josh, do you have that? Okay. Committee, any further discussion on
It'd be a double-friendly amendment to my original motion, I guess.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I have a little issue with that. I think if it's a property right that somebody owns, the water right, and they go through the proper procedure of changing that to a different use, I'm not sure if that's something we need to be getting into as this group.
I guess specifically if it's not overusing the current allocation. I mean, if you want to build a water park on your farm. But anyway, did somebody have something over here? No. Okay, duly noted, Representative. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Amendment has been adopted. We are back on the original motion. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, question being called. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
No. Okay. And quick show of hands. All those in favor say, raise your hand. Okay, those opposed? Okay, ayes have it. Okay, motion adopted.
All right.
On to the next item.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, it is just a little after noon. What do we feel? Do we feel like we want to stop for lunch, or do we want to go ahead and go on? Okay.
If they need
go
lunch,
on,
there's
Paul.
some cookies back there.
Okay. Commissioner Geis has spoken. So we'll move on to construction progress, project progress report.
Mr. Chairman, under tab DD is the Lower Norwood Rural Water Supply. This is the construction progress report. This project has progressed to the engineering phase, so an engineer has been hired to do the design and construction management services. And under engineering, the design fee was listed as $219,540. The construction fee was listed as $38,795. It should be under construction should read $148,345 for a total fee of $367,885. So again, this is currently under design. And this is the only report we have to discuss
Design
today.
fee, excuse me, should be what?
The construction fee should be $148,345. So the total fee should be $367,885.
Questions for Brian on this? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move we accept the report.
I don't think we need any action on this. It's just an update. Correct. Thanks, Brian. Next item is consideration and ranking of Colorado River Basin MOA applications.
Mr. Chairman, under the second tab E, you have a memo from Keenan Hendon regarding the MOA applications, and again, we have some new commissioners. This is a special fund that basically is derived from hydropower revenues in the Colorado River Basin. Initially, under the Colorado River Storage Project Act, this fund was to be used to develop new irrigation projects. The federal government is not doing that these days, and so that money was starting to accumulate, and the power users who then buy the hydropower from the Bureau or through CRETA were pushing to eliminate that percentage. It's in a very small percentage of the actual cost of the hydropower production, like a quarter cent per kilowatt or something. So in 2011, there was an agreement between the 7 basin states, between CRETA, that agreed to reduce those collections by half, but allow them to be used for not only new irrigation projects, but rehabilitation or repair and O&M on existing irrigation projects. And when I say irrigation projects in this context, I'm referring to Bureau of Reclamation irrigation projects. So, and it has to be specific to the Colorado River Basin. So we're talking Eden Valley Farson, which is a federal project, Fontenelle Reservoir, Meeks Cabin Reservoir, State Line Reservoir. Those are the areas where the funding can be used. The role of the states, there's an amount of dollars that are allocated to each of the states, and on Keenan's memo, you can see that this agreement is to run, started in 2011, it runs through 2025. It is estimated that Wyoming's share of these MOA funds will be in excess of $24 million. You have previously obligated $13 million, and it lists 4 projects there. And so there's remaining through the life of this MOA about $10.8 million available. So the state's role and the Water Development Commission's role is to receive applications to use this funding and to then forward a prioritization or a recommendation to the Bureau of Reclamation. It first goes to the Upper Colorado River Commission, but then it's ultimately forwarded on to the Bureau, and then the Bureau makes the final decision with regards to these projects. So those recommendations are due this month to the Upper Colorado River Commission and ultimately to the Bureau. You received 1 application this year. It was from the state engineer's office for the amount of $200,000. And the intent is to use this to basically use satellite imagery to assess the consumptive use of irrigated lands in that portion of the Colorado River Basin in Wyoming. And we're talking primarily the Green River Basin. So the state engineer's office has been involved in a consumptive use analysis effort since they referenced 2011, but it really started in the mid-2000s. And the reason it started then is because that's when the significant drought in the Colorado River Basin was really started and occurring. And there was some discussion of the potential for a compact call from the lower basin states to the upper basin states. In the event of a compact call, or in the event that the upper basin states can't meet their compact allocation of 7.5 million acre feet per year, then the upper basin states are required to curtail their consumption from the previous year. And so that effort was started then to get a better handle on consumptive use from the irrigation or agricultural sector. We have good records from municipalities, we have good records from industry in the basin, but it's more difficult to determine consumptive use from the ag industry. So hence this technique of using satellite imagery. As the write-up indicates, State Engineer's Office has installed a number of weather stations where they try to correlate evaporation versus what the satellite imagery would be telling you, the infrared imagery. And so that's how it was proceeded. They have done that for 2 years. And in fact, they completed that effort in 2011 and 2015. They would like to continue that effort. Budget cuts, they no longer have the funds within their own budget to take that on. So they are asking that the MOA funding be used to fund 2 additional years of satellite imagery assessment of consumptive use in the Green River Basin. And with that, staff recommendations is to go ahead and recommend this project on for MOA funding, and I would stand for questions.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, given that this has been an ongoing project, what has been the budget so far, and how many more phases are we looking at? So what's the big picture for this? Do we know how much money's already been expended? I just need a bigger picture because what I don't want to get into is oh, you funded it for 200,000 last year and then we're 200,000 again and 200,000. So I'd like to see an overall project budget for this.
Mr. Chairman, I do not have that information.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, and Harry, I know you're just the messenger here. This is an SEO's office, and I wish there was somebody here to describe the project. But if we ever get into a situation with the compact curtailment, it won't be based on consumptive use. It'll follow prior appropriation doctrine. In other words, those early water rights are going to be regulated off regardless of what the consumptive use is. So I'm having a hard time drawing a connection between trying to identify what the consumptive use is when all the water is permitted based on a completely different section and regulation would follow prior appropriation, not consumptive use. So I know you're not, maybe you can answer some of these, but not familiar with the program. I got a lot of questions that make me uncomfortable with it.
So Mr. Chairman, and this started when I was at the State Engineer's Office, so I'm somewhat familiar with that. I don't know the budgets or what has been spent recently, but if you look at my recollection of the Upper Colorado River Compact is that states, in the event of a compact call, states would be asked to curtail based on their previous year's consumptive use. Now, what that's meaning is that you would have to have an accounting of what was the entire consumptive use from that previous year. That's what this project is trying to build, a history of what it has been the consumptive use. So we have that history. But Senator Hicks, you are correct that the tool that the state engineer has to then affect curtailment is the prior appropriation doctrine. But the amount required by Wyoming to curtail would be based on the previous year's consumptive use. So if the curtailment order that comes down would be that states have to curtail 10% of their last year's consumptive use, that gives the amount, and then the state engineer would use the prior appropriation doctrine, starting with those most junior rights, to curtail down to that curtailment request.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to belabor this discussion because we could go down in a long ways, but again, I get back to just because you've identified what the consumptive use of a crop is, still doesn't calculate what I think the agreement, the Colorado River Compact gets at, it's total use, not just the consumptive use of a crop. So we're not calculating into the conveyance losses, the seepage losses. That infrared photography will only come back and be able to calculate what the crop consumptive use is. So there's a whole chunk of water out there that this is not going to tell us as to what was lost in the system that we're still going to have to account for if there is a call on the Colorado. So I think it's a great tool. I'm just not sure that the way it's being presented is going to get us the information as far as the curtailment on a Colorado, what we're actually going to need to do. So again, I don't know the particulars of the project, so I'll probably be voting no on this just because at this point in time, I don't understand all the nuances of the program. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm Beth Calloway with the State Engineer's Office. I'm in the Interstate Streams Division. I don't work on the Colorado River Basin, but my boss, Steve Wolf, is our lead contact for the compact. And he regrets that he couldn't be here today because he wanted to be able to weigh in on some of this stuff. But if you want to talk to him about some of these details about how the State Engineer's Office tracks our consumptive use accounting and how the compact would work, how curtailment would work, and then also some further details on the MOA, you can get in touch with him and I'll give you his contact info. Yeah, and one thing I would add too is we, I think in November, completed the Colorado River Basin Report, which has a really good 70-page description of the law of the river. It was for the Water Development Commission in conjunction with the Water Development Commission. So if you would like to read that too, I can send you the link and or give you a printed copy for reference. So, okay. Thank you.
Other questions? We need to have a motion on this.
I'll move.
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Geis, seconded by Commissioner Evans, that we approve the ranking of the Colorado River Basin MOA applications. Any discussion on the motion?
Question.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Turn it over to you.
Yeah. Well, do we have to do a motion on it ourselves?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, well, I would.
No.
Huh?
I don't believe
Good, okay.
water.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Recommend or validate this.
right.
You can
The
certainly
question I
provide-
have, Harry, is that there's been some of these that we brought up, I think ripraffing that Fontenelle that was brought up to use these funds and it was disapproved. And I think was it disapproved by the BLM in that process or by the Colorado Commission?
Mr. Chairman, it was the Bureau of Reclamation, since they manage
Rec.
these funds.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering just how long it takes to replace those people and whether or not any of them are at will and whether any of them have been replaced and whether or not we should run that up the flagpole again. Or
Chairman,
consider it for next year.
I'm not sure I would have the information to comment or answer any of those questions.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm hoping that we could actually do something that was with the original, intention of these funds. And if we can't do it, then, act like a big environmental group and sue the government, because that money's sitting out there. It's supposed to be used for a specific purpose. And you've got the government blocking it. And I think we've got a course of action, but we've got people here that probably know a heck of a lot more about the course of action than I would ever dream about knowing, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator.
So that is actually Senator Meyer's bill, but Director Labonte is absolutely correct. We don't vote on this, but we can make a recommendation. So one of the recommendations that I would like to put forth to the commission is to try to get the entire budget and the program as this project moves forward. So you know what the reasonable expectation is if they're coming back. How long is the scope of the project? So that's just a recommendation I'd like to put out to the commission. So there's some information exchanges that we know how long this project's going to continue to seek MOA funds.
And Mr. Chairman, a clarification from my perspective to Harry, can the Water Development Commission actually make a request of or a MOA application on their own volition? It doesn't have to come from an agency, does it? From your office. I mean, the commission, if they wanted to spend some of these funds in some manner, or some constituent came forward to them and said, hey, we need to spend some of these MOA funds like this, over on the Colorado, can the commission do that? I think they can, but I'm not positive.
Mr. Chairman, yes, anyone can bring forward an application that would be considered. And in fact, the Fontenelle Riprap project was mentioned where it was, I believe it was Water Development that brought forward the application to fund the feasibility study for riprapping the lower part of the dam, and it was turned down by the Bureau. And just for, again, newer commissioners, the Bureau takes the position that the MOA funds are to be used for operation, maintenance, rehabilitation of existing facilities. When we brought the project of riprapping the bottom portion of Fontenelle, they said that represents new development. We were making that pool of water, even though it's there, it was considered dead pool in terms of you would never draw down into that level of the reservoir. So they considered that new development, and that was the basis for their denial.
Harry, wasn't, if somebody made a call on that water from downstream, we could get below that, couldn't we?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bettis, again, this is a state engineer's question, but I don't believe so, because you store that water in priority. A future call does not, you don't have to give up stored water that was stored in priority.
But downstream users, we're not using the water that we have available to us. They couldn't make a call on it and have us release that, thus taking it down below that level.
A call would cause the Bureau to draw the reservoir down. No.
Any more questions on this? We've already approved this, haven't we?
Yes.
Okay, then we can move on.
I hope so.
To intended use plan.
Wade, welcome.
All right, this, I'm here to discuss the drinking water state revolving fund intended use plan. This is for the Select Water Committee. Every year I come down and I explain what we're doing with the intended use plan. The intended use plan is a list of projects that people have put in to the state to be funded. The list contains 186 projects this year. We will not fund 10% of the projects. Maybe we will, but we usually fund 20, 30 projects a year. There is a need shown on the intended use plan of $254 million. We currently have in the drinking water account $124 million, roughly. So the need outweighs what we have, but people don't come in and request it. So we're still making progress. We're still building money. To get on the list, all the people have to do is submit a project. We have a public meeting. We rank the projects. The ranking is in case we start running out of money. So far, we have never used the ranking to fund projects. We fund everybody that comes in. The money comes from the US EPA. It's roughly $8 to $10 million a year. It varies. We've been getting the money since 1997. The state is a 20% match. We get all the interest, and state lands manages the funds. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I guess there's really nothing I can tell you else about it. We just need to present it and get approval.
question, Randall.
This is for select water.
All right, committee, is there any questions, anything on this?
I guess, Mr. Chairman, we have this question quite frequently is like, how can we get more utilization of the program? Is there any statutory?
Mr. Chairman, the rules are set by the federal government. The reason we don't utilize the funds is all the federal rules. You have to have Davis-Bacon, you have to participate with DBE programs, you have to do Buy American, you have to do all these rules, you have to have a category or a environmental document. There's a whole bunch of rules that come with it. That is why we don't utilize it. I mean, that's the main reason. I mean, they keep adding rules. It is a loan program. The current interest is 2.5%. The typical loan is 20 years. We do have grant money that we give out all amount now. So
I would move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, moved by Senator Meyer, second by Representative Blake. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no.
No.
Motion carries.
All right. Lake DeSmet feasibility study.
Chairman, this is the first time that the commission and Select Water have met together since really way back December, and it really wasn't a joint meeting then, but back to November. But in the legislative session this year, there was the bill that would have authorized myself as the director to negotiate with the owners of a certain water asset package related to Lake DeSmet. And as part of that, or a companion document then, or companion effort, was that, and I believe it was at the December meeting of Select Water added a feasibility study as a companion to the negotiations. And then when the bill to authorize me to negotiate failed in the Senate, then it brought into question, are we moving forward with the project or not? It took me some time to get on the governor's agenda to talk about this issue. And so I recommended to the commission at their March meeting that they table any action on the feasibility study. There are parts of the feasibility study, if it were done today, that I could use potentially in negotiations. But by the same token, much of the focus on the feasibility study was to what would the state of Wyoming be able to do with these water assets going forward if, in fact, the state of Wyoming owned that. So since everything was up in the air at the end of March, the commission then tabled any action on the feasibility study. The appropriation is still in place, but the commission has not moved forward with selecting an engineering consultant to conduct that feasibility study. So at this point in time, I want to just update the commission and Select Water that I've met with the governor. The governor has basically directed me to proceed with negotiations. I've had one meeting with representatives of the owner of these water assets. I will not get into the details of those negotiations, just know that I have met with them once. And so I think the question now is appropriate to come back to the commission and with input from Select Water as to whether we want to move forward with this feasibility study at this point in time. So that's really the point of me putting this on the agenda, and I'd be happy to address questions.
Questions for Harry? Commissioner Bettis.
Didn't the legislature nix this during the last session?
Mr. Chairman,
I mean, entering into negotiations for the pack, they didn't think it was appropriate that we be doing that, and that's where we are today. So you're bringing it up again, is that what?
So, Mr. Chairman, there's two issues. One is the negotiation of purchase of those assets. The bill that authorized me to do that failed. Part of the discussion with regards to that failure was that the bill was not needed for me to proceed with negotiations. I had that authority already. And so I've spoken to the governor, and the governor has said, you can go forward and put together, negotiate a deal if you can. So I am moving forward with that effort. But the second issue then is the companion feasibility study that Select Water brought forward that was approved by the legislature. But because of the uncertainty, then Commission has tabled any action. So the question really before you is, do you want to move forward with the feasibility study at this point in time or keep it tabled?
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, Harry, do you view anything in the feasibility study that would drive the cost of water, the negotiated cost of acquisition of that water up or down one way or another?
Mr. Chairman, when we were looking at developing the scope for that study, we definitely wanted the consultant to look in probably more detail than I currently know or am aware of as to the status of existing water rights. And there are a number of them associated with that. I would tell you that I think that benefit would be small. I've spoken to the Board of Control about water rights and the potential for transfer and the status of the existing water rights. So I think we have a pretty good understanding of those, but the report was to look into more detail of that. The problem, of course, is that that study will take about 1.5 years to complete. And if there is going to be a package that I would bring forward in terms of a negotiated package, I would hope that I would have that before the 2018 legislature. So time-wise, it probably would not benefit me.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, is any of the information that was done in the previous feasibility study, I mean, is there good baseline information here that gives you an idea to answer some of those questions? Because there's already one study that was completed, what, 10 years ago, 12 years ago?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I believe there's been more than one study that's been done, and we have access to that. And Jason, who is assisting me in these negotiations, we've been through those. We have a pretty fair assessment of what they say. And so in my view, the feasibility study, the real, I think, value would be, and some of this is covered in existing studies, some of it is not, is, okay, what's Wyoming going to use this water for? So if we're going to use it for supplementing Tongue River flows, because DeSmet's in the Powder River Basin, that's a concept. But the feasibility study would explore that concept more further in terms of developing, so how much water, what would the facilities be required? We'd have to pump that. What would it cost? What are the benefits of that? So that's an example of how the feasibility study, I think, would have some dividends in the future.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
In some cases, it would appear to me that we're getting the cart in front of the horse, that we're planning for how we could potentially use the water when we haven't even acquired the water. And we don't know the length of the negotiations and how long they may or may not go out, or other parties are involved. I like the idea of planning, but I also don't like the idea of planning with no certainty that we're ever even going to acquire those water rights. So just my thoughts, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Bettis.
How much are we talking here, dollar-wise?
200,000. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bettis, 200,000 was the budgeted amount for the study.
That feasibility study would be done in-house, or would we hire that out?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bettis, the plan was to hire an engineering consultant to conduct that study.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Bud Fallon.
Sorry, my back's starting to kill.
That's all right.
I am in the same boat as Senator Hicks. It it seems to me that if the value of the study is not going to be that great, we have a chance to acquire water for Wyoming, which I think is really fabulous. I'd really hate to delay this. I think if you delay it, the cost is going to go up. And I'm not sure that we're not getting the cart before the horse, and we all whine about how expensive all these studies are anyway. So maybe, I mean, maybe we may see a need for it down the road, but I really would hate to delay these negotiations for that long a period of time. And maybe once we know exactly what we bought, we may be able to refine or do something, you know, do a better scope with the feasibility study, because we know exactly what we've got and where it is, and then it'll be a much more refined, I think a much more beneficial study. So I can make a motion now. Can I move that we table the feasibility study? Or I don't know how that works.
Daniel?
Mr. Chairman, in your statutes, if you're going to permit, you can make a finding of public interest.
Mr. Chairman?
We could
Keep it tabled though, couldn't we as well? I mean, we don't
Yeah,
have
I'm
to
not sure we should permanently suspend it.
Well, so the statute says may suspend expenditure of time or funds on the project, any level of that activity if it's established would be public interest. I would think that now, since we're moving on from just a short suspension, well, I guess there's discussion with the governor, it'd probably be appropriate this time to have
I guess in my view, the public benefit is that we're not wasting a bunch of money. So if that's what we want to claim, but that I can't make a motion, so that's up to you guys.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Meyer.
Tabling is an motion that, you can table it anytime. That's a proper motion. It's always in order there. So you can table it, but I would say that table it until such time as a public interest is generated or is and until such time that a public interest to the state is looking for the word. It's not documented, determined. Yeah. Determined, and then it's not a non-specific time. So you can table indefinite time, you can table to a specific time, you can table based on a set of circumstances. I guess if there's a public interest that arises or is determined later why it would be necessary to have one, then you can bring it up, or you can just table it and you can bring it back off the table at any time for any reason. So
I'm the maker of the motion. Let me see if I can do something, makes them happier. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, just so everybody's aware, the work on this study, effort to move forward on this study, it was tabled at your March meeting. Okay, it remains on the table. So my sense is no further, if you want to keep it tabled, no further action is required of the commission. To Daniel's comments of, does this represent a suspension of the project? A temporary one, yes. But in terms of reporting to the legislature your reasons, I think we can take this up in November with the admin of the legislature meeting shortly thereafter, and take up, okay, what is the reason for the suspension if we're going to move forward with that? So to keep it tabled, I don't think any action is required. I just wanted to bring it up for discussion with Select Water here because you were not aware of the March efforts.
Mr. Chairman, are you guys that have this on the agenda for you to study this interim?
Not this specific project, Mr. Commissioner Geis, Mr. Chairman. Not specific to Lake DeSmet.
I thought somebody said that this was part of Select Waters. They gave that authority for you to do something with that this year.
Not specific to Lake DeSmet.
Okay, so.
Mr. Chairman, may I make a comment?
Commissioner Wagner, go ahead.
When you start seeing this property in these water rights and horse breeder magazines and for sales, I think there is a distinct urgency that we need to put on this. This is a body of water that if we don't do something with it, we're foolish. 62,000 acre feet for $4.5 million is a dream come true. We can't do the studies and all the garbage it'd take to do that, to get this acquisition. And I think time is of the essence. And if there's a study that's going to slow it down, we need to walk away from that for now. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Do we have any desire to do anything with this or just leave it tabled, or is there any motions to do anything other than table it?
I'm happy to withdraw my motion if the AG is.
Daniel?
Mr. Chairman, I think the safety of that would just be to do a quick motion. Express the public interest. And I mean, Harry is correct that you have to report to the legislature, but there's no time frame given. So maybe the thing to do will be to report in November.
That's okay with everyone?
So yes talk or no talk?
I would recommend.
All right, Mr. Chairman. I would move that we put a temporary table on the feasibility study for two public purposes. Number one, we can temporarily save the $200,000 that we were going to spend on the study. Number two, because of the length of the time of the study and the potential that the price of the water and of the asset is going to significantly increase, and the value of the study at this point is not as great. It's certainly in the public interest to move on acquisition of this right. And if we need to in the future, we can deal with the feasibility study later. But I certainly think that's enough public interest that we should continue to table this study. Second.
I second.
Okay. Moved by Commissioner Bud Fallon, seconded by Commissioner Wagner, that we table this study even further. Any discussion on the motion?
Question.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Let's take another 15-minute break before we get into our discussion topics.
Well, that sounds like a win.
Did you want me to
Want to sleep for a while?
No, I'm good.
Gonna go.
Discussion time.
Commercial stuff now. Some of it is anyway.
Well, let's have these say and we'll move on.
Real quick, I'm gonna ask you.
Okay.
Before we move on to our next agenda, does everybody, do all House and Senate members, have they given me their travel vouchers? Just FYI, if you haven't, so I can sign off on them. So, thanks.
Okay, with that, we're gonna move into our added item with Select Water, their interim topics. After this, or Representative Hans?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'll introduce it and then turn it over to Senator Hicks. One of the priorities that the Management Council assigned us as legislators on the Select Water Committee was reviewing the current process of project bidding awards and the legislative approval, and just in general how that whole process works, and reviewing how we've been doing that, and if there's any possible adjustment that need to be made to streamline the process and possibly, you know, in the long term, save some money. And so the Select Committee is supposed to review that process for project development to determine if there are alternative processes that may be more cost effective for the state. And so in a nutshell, we need to look at how that process is laid out, how the accounts are structured and used, and once again, what, if anything, needs to be eliminated in those processes and so on and so forth. So that's sort of a general broad idea of that priority that's been laid out for us. And with the good chairman's permission, I would further turn a more detailed explanation over to Senator Hicks.
So, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission and then the water development staff, it's probably pertinent to go through a little history, recent history as to why Management Council assigned this to the Select Water Committee in that process, so you understand how we got here. But as many of you are aware, as the planning bill moved through the legislative process last year, there was a little over $1.1 million that the legislature took out of that bill. It was stricken. And some of the rationale for that, I'm not going to go to all the discussions and stuff, is what I sense is some of the same frustrations that I think that the commission has. It's just, are we using processes and most effectively employing those to the greatest benefit with the least cost? In other words, are we efficient in the expenditures of the funds? And so the concern that was certainly voiced, at least within the Senate, I can't speak for the debate on the House side, is there is a concern that we're expending a tremendous amount of money on studies. And I know the numbers are out there, and Harry supplied those to us in the past. It's not to the extent that you would think versus the actual construction, but it's a significant expenditure. And I think you that have been on the commission for a long time have saw that. So the idea of the topic is there other processes or procedures that can more effectively utilize the expenditures? How do we do those alternative to currently what we're doing to improve the efficiency of those dollars and get the maximum benefit out of that? That's how we got to where the Management Council said, based on the taking that 1.1 million out of the planning for studies, is set this up as Management Council. Well, it was originally brought to the Standing Committee, which is the Joint Agricultural, Public Lands, and Water Committee. My co-chair on there, Representative McKim, when we met with Management Council, we had asked them to assign this topic to Select Water because there's a more experience specifically dealing with water development programs. This is where it was narrowly focused versus the Ag Committee. Along those lines, and I've had conversations with the chairman of the committee and stuff, I think what we would like to do as the Select Water Committee is extend an invitation to the commission and the office to participate in those discussions. And I think it's very timely that we do so, because there's probably nothing that we are going to look at as the Select Water, because we're the direction that we have is to look at alternative processes that may be more cost effective. When we're talking about process, anything that can be done in process can be done through your criteria. So we are not looking at necessarily statutorily changes to the program. What we're looking at is there processes that we can implement in the water development program that are more efficient for the expenditure of money, and it may be time, as sometimes these things protract and go out. So the first thing I think that we would like to do is extend an invitation to participate as we go forward in these discussions. Certainly entertain these with the hopes as you go through the criteria evaluation process. I know you've just received public comment. I'm assuming that there'll be at the next meeting some discussion as to what those new criteria are looking like and what will and won't be adopted by the commission. But as part of that process, we would like to take what we've been charged to do as a legislative committee and basically dovetail that in with what you're doing at criteria, because I think where we're going to end up is in the same place. And I guess it would be my hope that if anything, in fact, that we can identify those processes, that then the commission would move forward with, if they're in concurrence, adopting those as part of the new criteria for the program. So along those lines, just to identify a couple of things that we've had some discussion on that we would like to do and to move this process forward to the next meeting. I've talked to Director Labonte. One of the things that we would like to do right now is have the staff look at it. It's specific to level 1 projects. The way the process works right now is you get an application, it's reviewed, commissioner or the director makes a recommendation, you guys go ahead and either act on that. It becomes part of the omnibus water bill, but it's based on an estimate, right? It's just a projected cost. So what we're proposing to do is flip that. And I'll go through the example right here, and is the watershed improvement projects. There was 4 of them. It's been my experience in 24 years of using the program, when whatever you do in business, when you tell somebody what you're willing to pay for it, it usually comes out within just a few percentage points of what you're willing to pay for it. So what we're suggesting to do specifically for level 1, I think it's an expanded discussion if we want to include level 2. So we've got the reconnaissance, and then you've got the feasibility studies, 1 and 2. Certainly, we would like to start the discussion with level 1 reconnaissance studies, that we flip that process. And this is where it'll take some work on the staff and also on the commission, because it will change the date that you would receive applications. So you may take applications maybe in August. It's your August meeting. Then you would review those applications. In November, you would, or through that process, if you took an action, you would have to go through a consultant selection. Nothing changes other than time, but by the time we get into the select water bill, you're going to have basically done an agreement that says contingent upon legislative approval of the funds. So we know exactly what that study is going to cost. So what it does is we don't put out there that we're going to spend $300,000. You're going to submit an RFP that would go out sometime in the summer. You're going to get proposals back on that RFP. Similar process that you do now. You'll then sit down with the sponsor and the commission and the staff. You'll go through a consultant selection process and you'll pick it. But what it effectively does is gets rid of this willing to pay thing. I will tell you, somebody that implements a lot of construction projects, typically on these type of bid things, the variation is usually 50% from the highest to lowest. And what observation that we've seen, these are clustered right around that willing to pay. You budgeted $300,000, you're going to pay that. What we would hope is we're going to start to see a cost savings, because we're not telling them how much we're going to pay. They're going to bid the project based on the RFP. So there's going to be a little more work putting together a detailed RFP, but I think in the long term, there will be a savings. So that's one of the things that we would ask right now, is to have the staff and discussion with the commission look at and see if this is a direction that you guys would like to proceed. We really, at this point in time, can't direct the office to do anything. That's kind of the role I think. We can ask, but if the commission's in agreement, we would like to have the staff start to show what are those project dates, what's that look like, what's the structure, just basically lay out the timeframes necessary to get to that point. And what's it going to take an additional staff time? What do they envision? How much more rigorous do the RFPs have to be? That's something I think that maybe could be accomplished between now and the next meeting. But let's move on. That's one item that we'd like to look at, is to change that alternative process as the way that the business is currently conducted. One of the other areas that we would like to explore within the construction business right now, there's what they call is design build. There's pros and cons to design build. It expedites the process, but let me just give you a brief overview of what design build is rather than do our current process where you have a level 2 project that is 100% funded by the state, specifically with an engineering firm. And then you go to level 3 and you do another contract with an engineering firm who does the final designs. And then you have another contract with a construction company that actually build it. What design build effectively does is says you're going to implement one contract instead of 3. And what it does is if you have the construction company and the engineering company now become one entity. So the engineer and the construction company are the same. They could potentially be contractually separate entities. And I have talked to at least a couple engineering firms that have done a lot of work with water development over the year, and they say it's not something that they couldn't do. Typically, as the project engineering firm that has done the level 2, especially in certain types of projects, they routinely work with the same contractor over and over again. So what it forces them to do is to get together and form a partnership. I'm not saying that we want to go there, but I think it's at a time that there may be certain types of projects that the commission and the office may want to put that tool in the toolbox. It certainly has the opportunity to expedite that process. So you wouldn't do a level 2, what you would do is a design build contract. So you're going to do level 2, level 3. That's all going to be wrapped into one process. Now, rather than go into a protracted discussion, that's a discussion I think that we should have as looking at an alternative process. I would suggest that maybe what we want to do is bring in some experts on there at the next workshop, start to understand the pros and cons of design build, how that may or may not be applicable to the existing program. So that's another item that we would like to explore with the commission and the office, and just other things as you move forward. I think in the criteria, things like cost share. We all know that, and I think Senator Myers talked about it, you're aware of their rate on water development and the declining revenues. So we got to get more efficient. So looking at the changing potentially that grant loan mix, that's something, again, that can be done with criteria. I think it is incumbent that we have the discussion between both the select water and the commission on those type of items as part of the criteria. Well, and just one of the other things that, and I think it was appropriate to have the RSF discussion too. One of the things I think that we want to start looking at, given the tightness of the revenues coming down the road, is there may be something in criteria that we would want to look at that sponsors would also have to demonstrate that they looked at all these other potential sources of funding. I mean, you've got USDA, rural utilities, safe drinking water, revolving funds, just on the municipal side. Clearly on the agricultural side, I think Dull Knife is an example to use federal funds through the Farm Bill programs. But prior to us, just as a program, just awarding funds, I think that it would be incumbent upon us to make sure that the project sponsors have done due diligence and gone out there and looked for additional sources of funding in some cases. So those are just some concepts. The two that I think that we would really like to move along quickly is the time frame for the level 1 studies. I think it does bear some discussion as to whether you would want to include level 2 studies in there. Maybe it's a proceed cautiously thing. Let's try it with level 1 to basically make them bid without the appropriation. And the design build, I think, is an ongoing discussion. But so, Mr. Chairman, that's kind of why that topic was assigned to select water. Given where you're at and redoing your criteria, I think it's incumbent that we work together on this. So those are just some things that we've kicked around as alternatives. Clearly, I think we're receptive of other things that the commission or the office may want to bring forward as we look at that. But so the offer's out there. If this is something you guys would like to combine in your workshops with us, we would like to, I think, move forward on that.
Questions on that, Commissioner Lancaster?
I love this idea. I'm a contractor. I never got to have any job that I didn't bid. And we saw it come through in our interviews this year. We had an engineering firm bid way under, and they were willing to stand behind it. And we decided to go with it. And they had done some of the work already. So if they'd given it to somebody else, there'd been all this redundancy. Design build is awesome. We can save money and put pipe in the ground. I'm the guy that runs the backhoe. I put a lot of pipe in the ground, and I love to see the engineer's way of doing things too, to give direction and pipe size and flow and all that. I love to see pipe in the ground. We could really help these communities. There are a lot of old systems in our state. And I also know the feasibility studies, some of them are so specific, like the Sweetwater Joint Waters Board. There was some very specific things that needed to be changed there. And that engineering company really keyed in on those. But the broader sense, when we do these watershed studies, that jackrabbit out there and somewhere says, oh boy, here they come again to count me. You know, and BLM counts him, and the Forest Service counts him, and the water, the engineering counts him, you know, and we just go, are you serious? And so we are, hooray, let's go.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Bud Pound.
I think that this is a perfect opportunity. We just got comments back on our operating criteria and rules. And I think this is a great time to look at all of these topics at once as we go through operating criteria and rules, because we got to do it anyway and consider the public comments. I think that though, if we try to shoehorn it into one of our existing meeting dates, it's going to be 2 years. What I don't know how it is for Select Water, but I would like to consider just setting up a special meeting like we did in Casper. We could do it down here. I know I'm getting glares from the commission.
Right.
Norm anyway. But I think this is a big enough topic, and I think it's important enough that I would like to consider just, if we're going to do this, let's set up a day and come down here and do this. Because otherwise,
we're not going to get it done.
We aren't going to get it done. Right. And if you have it here, I'll even invite you all out to my house. And I would make a special request that this individual staff guys come out. I keep inviting you guys and you never show up. Well, except Kevin. Kevin came once. And it's not bad. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. We can have a picnic at my house. But I just think if we're going to do it, let's do it. And I'm with you. I think these are great ideas.
Commissioner Lancaster.
And I think that Harry may have to have more staff, but the overall savings from all this engineering that we're paying for, he can get some more staff if he needs it. That's my thought. Thank you.
Chair.
Commissioner Bettis.
Sorry. I was going to wait to the next item on the topic, but this kind of dovetails in to a certain extent with what I was going to do. And although the one issue that differs from what Senator Hicks said was the time frame. I didn't know how to really solve that. But what I was going to ask is to extend the time period where we would review it so that we could get, number one, a better understanding of the sponsor, a better understanding of the area. We could vet some of the sponsors' engineering firms. We could take a look at the RFPs. I looked at the applications. We could do a better job with those. We may even revise some of those. I think the revision date on the applications, the last ones I looked at was like 2008. I think updating the RFPs, I think And I'm sure some of you will jump in here that have been on these consultant reviews, but when we get these bids, trying to compare apples and apples is hard because the consultants put costs in different allocations. And, maybe we are going to have to say, hey, this goes in here, this goes in here, and this goes in here so that we can be comparing apples and apples and come up with a final cost. I guess lastly, I think the time frame would give us a better opportunity to come up with costs, so we're not stuck with these cookie cutter costs that we're currently using. And I think it would also give some time, particularly in the watershed studies, where people from the office could go out and meet with these watershed people to see what's going on out there. What do we need here as far as wells, stock grazing, small water projects? And then I think it gives us an idea from a site visit. I think currently with the deadline of August 15th, from there till the November meeting gives us roughly 2.5 months to do a site visit, come up whether this project area should be regional or a master plan should be done, similar to what happened with the Hanover district. I think if we'd had more time to evaluate that thing, we would have said, hey, wait, we're not going to approve this now until we can ascertain whether this other entity should be a part of this study or not. It gives you a better opportunity to refine the costs in those instances. And I think lastly, when we're developing these costs, I think it gives the planning portion of the office and the construction portion time to get their heads together. I guess one of the things that I've often talked about, and I brought it up when you talked about this feasibility study, team building within the department, you might be able to put together a select number of people with a particular expertise to serve as something that may come up with, hey, we're going to institute a study here to cover the Gillette area and come up with these master plans. This same team may be assigned to do the feasibility study for the Lake DeSmet because they have the expertise. And those are just things I'm throwing out to where I can see where the taxpayer is getting a better bang for the dollar. And if you look at some of the projects that we looked at today, and I know some of those were level 2, and I originally had thought about not including level 2 in there, but I'm not sure that it doesn't need some improvement too. But that total bill was $28 million. And if we can save 10% of that, that's a lot of money. And I think we can do better than 10% myself. But anyway, I, for one, would thank you for the invitation, and I think we should take you up on it. I really do.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Zucker?
Yeah, I just spent only one commission meeting here, and that was a couple of weeks ago, I guess. And I have some comments about that pertaining to, I guess, our engineer. Those are not bids. To me, they're proposals. We give them a price and say, hey, send it back. And in my evaluation, we had proposals that didn't vary $500 to $1,000. So what we're doing, we're giving them costs with what they're allowed to charge, and they're putting a proposal together and resubmitting it. Senator Higgs had some very good comments about where I think we should go. Those are things that I just don't think we're getting all the benefit out of the dollars that we're spending today. And I'm pretty new on the board, one commission meeting or a couple, but I think those are areas that we should drive for.
Commissioner Lancaster.
And Harry, some of your wanting to slow things down can be solved possibly by design build. They come with a proposal and they've already got an engineer involved. And maybe staff has takes less time for them to look it over and recommend it. But I think the staff is awesome, by the way. I'm just so impressed. Good job.
Senator Meyer.
We have made a little, I think, headway, what I would say on the definition of public interest or public benefit when it's concerned with the small water projects. Talking to the folks that had some concerns, essentially, our water lawyer, Harriet Hageman, had some concerns that might bleed over into some other areas of water law. But I think we've come up with a way where we can ring fence that definition and make it solely and only for the small water projects. And I think that's gonna work for them, and that should get rid of counting all the jackrabbits all the time, and come up with a definition that's a little more inclusive, and not have to have these $300,000, $400,000 studies on everything in small areas. The one thing I think that we could possibly do is look at on the watershed studies, and the money that we have out there now is looking at, rather than having specific funding for specific small watersheds, do a larger regional funding, because there's some of these watersheds that are contiguous that it shouldn't cost $900,000 if they're all right next to each other. And I think we might be able to look at those areas that make sense, and maybe do some regional funding for watershed projects with the current funds that we have available, and get a lot of that stuff off the table that's there now. And I think that we're probably going to get some bidders, because if we change that definition for small water projects and make it broad enough, there might not be any need for that level of water studies going forward, which would be nice, because we're putting way too much money out on the ground for studies and not enough for actually doing projects.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarity, we're looking at all level 1 feasibilities, which the watershed studies are a subset, but we want to look at the whole program as far as the level 1 studies. You know, like I said, it's a continuing discussion whether you want to look at rolling in level 2. Just given my conservative nature, I like to try something, you know, see if it works. If it works well for level 1, then have that. But certainly it's all reconnaissance studies under level 1 that we would want to flip that the time frames around. So when you guys actually come back and make a recommendation to the select water, it's a bid. It's not saying a budget. We're budgeted 300,000. We've got concrete numbers. This is what it's going to cost. But anyway, it's for the whole level 1 reconnaissance program that we'd want to look at that.
In the interest of moving this along, I like Karen's idea of maybe having a special meeting if we're actually going to accomplish anything on this. Is that kind of the consensus we're getting? Yeah. So if that's fine with everybody, I can work with Harry and Katie and Hans about scheduling a meeting sometime, whenever that would work. And I don't think we need any kind of motion for that. I can just kind of work on that with everybody if that works for everybody.
I open and then I'm done.
So
you're the chairman.
Yeah.
Representative we'll have to probably approach our management council on that, Senator.
Well, and that's why I included Hans in that.
Okay.
I know
just
that.
put him on that too.
That would be my question, Mr. Chairman. The money allocated for select water committee meetings, does it allow for one more meeting, or do I need to go to management council, or?
I think that's what we would need to determine. I mean, if we were gonna hold another meeting and, you know, make it official, go make sure that we have that funding there, and if not, then go ahead in hand and beg and plead.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks.
Currently,
Go hand in hand, I'll take a 45.
currently, we've been allocated through management
Hold
council
them up.
for 8 days of meetings. So 4 2-day meetings is the salary. And Josh, you may be able to enlighten us on.
Mr.
what the
Chairman,
budget-
just from my experience, the past couple years, the committee's run right up against its budget with its current set of meetings. So we would likely have to go to management council to ask for extra money, but I can confirm that with Kathy and see what our budget's looking like.
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question for Josh. When you look at that, can you look at it's like this meeting? We're missing 6 of the members. That's obviously a significant cost savings. So the other option, Mr. Chairman, would be to do a subcommittee and see if you can work that in also.
Yeah,
it's
members that are here.
Yeah.
The attending members.
But yeah, it will be a budgetary constraint for us. And if that doesn't work out, I certainly would volunteer my time to come and if the budget, this is something I think is important enough, at least to my constituents, that I would volunteer my time to come to a meeting with the commission to do that.
Just real quick, I don't want to exacerbate this, but I mean, you know, management council did indeed assign us this issue, and so, being the scale that it is and the scope that's going to be required to have the discussion, I mean, they should at least listen to us if our budget is tight for what's currently being allocated. So
And
anyway,
you're going to save them $10 million.
yeah, exactly.
Commissioner Gleich.
I agree that it'd be a great thing for us to meet, maybe on maybe by
The Wind River Reservation.
yeah, up there at the casino. I really agree that we need to meet and maybe twice a year or something to get this resolved. But I really have some concerns on what I mean. You know, I don't want to drag this out anymore. But I do want to make sure that our staff, which they do a great job, I don't want to like do put a bunch of duties on them and basically end up like a unfunded mandate from us, you know.
Yeah.
Because I know that's hard. Think we're saving money, and then you're putting it overwhelming our crew. The other thing is, I know a lot of these. If there's a design build, you know, it's really great. It's your engineer, you know. I mean, if we get designs off there, materials, labor, whatever, I'm pretty sure, like if we designated Larry and his crew to come up with engineer's estimate for the cost, it would give us a better idea of what their bids would come in at. The watershed studies, I mean, it depends on what kind of watershed study you're looking at. Are you going to go to a high number or to a low number? I mean, there's maybe different parameters that we can go back and set. That way we're not getting, we're getting what we want, I guess. But anyway, that's all I had to say.
Senator Meyer.
And I guess this is a request of the AG's office to make sure that when we contemplate a design bid, that we look at any constitutional provisions that we may or may not be walking the fence on. So I know you can get on the wrong side of some of those in the Constitution. So we want to make sure that we're doing it right as far as when we're bidding, who's bidding, and who's approving it, and those type of things. And just keep it in good order.
Okay. With that, let's move on to rules revisions. Public comments received and scheduled.
So, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to update you. So for rules, the revision package that's out, that public comment period closed May 30th. As well as the operating criteria, we had 14 separate comments. Let me back that up. We had we had 12 commenters making 14 sets of comments. And the reason there's more sets of comments is a particular commenter made a separate set of comments for rules and a separate set of comments for criteria. My intent is that between now and the August meeting, we will take those comments and then provide a staff recommendation to you that at your August meeting, you can then consider whether you want to modify the rules or criteria or keep them intact as the case may be. And so that's really what I have for you today.
Mr. Bettis?
Are those copies available of those comments for us to look at?
We can provide you copies of those comments.
Mr. Chairman?
So,
It seems to me that the August meeting is so full. I don't know how in the world we'd ever consider rule changes to all the stuff we've already got scheduled. I mean, I would say that that's something that we need to do in our special meeting when we meet with the select water and deal with that all at once. And I guess it has taken so long for us to do this. I don't want to put any burden on your staff, but I have real concern with waiting clear till August to deal with this. I think if we're going to deal with it in a special meeting, I'd like to see it, if there's any way possible, to get that analysis done and have our meeting before the August meeting, because I don't think there's any way on the face of the planet we're going to shoehorn that into the August meeting.
I can try to work that in when we're scheduling.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Bettis?
I would agree with that. Or we, I guess from a cost standpoint on the meetings, are we okay money-wise? I mean, no one's ever said anything about that to us.
In terms of budget for meetings?
Yeah.
We do have a budget for series, your salaries come out of our Series 100 budget. We can certainly cover, I believe, an extra meeting or two, as the case may be. Travel expenses, also there's a line item budget for that we'll just have to make sure it works within our budget.
Commissioner Geis?
Well, we could have a day and a half, really, because we could come down and meet at 1:30 like we do a workshop, and then have another day to conclude everything you want to do. So actually, we have almost 2 days if we call a special meeting.
Would be fine.
Okay. Any more questions? This covers both rules and operating criteria on the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, it does, yes.
Okay, so with that, we'll move on to the small water projects operating criteria.
So, Mr. Chairman, under second tab G, I just wanted to provide you with the notice that has gone out. Where is my second? This is the legal notice ad that has been sent to the Casper Star, and we're showing publication date June 15th, inviting comments on the operating criteria, and as it indicates, there are no proposed changes at this time. And those comments are due, I think we got a typo there, Katie. I'm looking, start June 15th, ends July 29th, not June. So that very shortly next week, operating criteria for small water projects will be out for public comment, which was the action of the commission at the last meeting. So that's my report on that particular item.
Questions for Harry on the small water projects operating criteria? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the next item, Middle Piney Reservoir Special Use Permit. When I put that on the agenda, I thought that we might have a special use permit for your consideration, and that is not the case. Thank you, Andy. These are, distribute these at the end of the meeting. These are the public comments that were received on criteria and rules. So I've got enough copies for commissioners. And if legislators would like a copy, we'll have to get you a copy at a later date. So let me know.
Loan mine to somebody else.
Okay. So on the special use permit, we do not have a final version at this point in time. And just to refresh your memory, within the legislation for the appropriation to reconstruct the Middle Piney Reservoir was a special condition, special provision, that there be an approved special use permit for the construction and a special use permit for the operation of the facility. What the Forest Service has done is they have combined both of those special use permits into one document. Does both things, construction and operations, for pushing 30 years at this point in time. So Jason and myself and Daniel have been through the first cut of the special use permit. It was generated by the Forest Service. It's their permit. We have sent back to the Forest Service now what I would consider a fairly extensive set of comments. And as you might expect, these are somewhat negotiated. We hope they're negotiated documents, but at this point in time, that document has been sent back to the Forest Service, and we're waiting ultimately now for the Forest Service to respond to our comments. There was some thought that as we try to get this project to bid, that there's timing. Timing is important with regards to getting this SUP done. So I was going to suggest we may have a need for a special use permit, or excuse me, a special meeting to consider the special use permit. At this point in time, I don't know where we're going to be at. We just have to wait for the Forest Service to respond. And if it happens that ultimately we come to a final agreement and it's close to the August meeting, then I would expect that it will be on the August agenda. But that has to be in place before we can start the construction of the project. And then, of course, we have the snowpack that continues to reside in the Wyoming range. And we've got to let it melt out and then see what we've got at that point. So, Jason, I don't know if you had anything additional to add on special use permit, or Daniel. So that's the report there on the special use permit.
Questions for Harry?
As long as you mentioned that snowpack, what was the story on all our weather modification stuff with all this snow? We saved some money there.
Mr. Chairman, we did save some money because that program was suspended in February. What we saved was material cost and propane cost in terms of moving forward. We saved in terms of the suspension of the forecasting component. There's some savings there. There's also some fixed cost as part of that contract. So, but yes, there were some cost savings.
More questions for Harry on the special use permit? Okay. Next item.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, what was that, last week? We were in Gillette, Brian?
Yeah, Donkey Creek.
Yeah. And, so you were all invited, what was that, May 31st, I guess? That would be last week, to a celebration of partnerships for the Gillette-Madison project. It's not complete, but it will be completed really in the next year. But there are major components that are complete, and it's still moving forward. And it was Gillette's really, I think, just saying thank you to the partners that were there. The governor was there, state auditor, state treasurer, superintendent of schools were in attendance, a number of legislators. Clinton Glick represented the commission, made the trip over. So it was a very nice ceremony in their brand new pump station. And they provided to the Engineer and Water Development Commission a token of their appreciation. So I will pass that around.
It's heavy.
So again, the project continues. I think a pretty good crowd there. They were serving water from the Madison well system. We're not sure which well it came from, whether it's the 5 new wells that were drilled or whether it's the existing well field. So
They have 11 wells now.
they will have a total of 15 or
I was gonna say.
Yeah, kind of like a.
Had 5, and we done
counter-rotating.
6 more.
The additional
Okay, so while that's going around, if I could, Mr. Chairman, ask for your discretion here. I want to maybe talk about something. And last November, Senator Meyer warned us about environmental extremists.
Yes.
That might potentially come from outside the state with endangered species in a lunchbox and release them in Wyoming. And so, tongue in cheek, I was out taking a stroll across some prairie wetlands this spring, and there was an out-of-state vehicle that was parked up on the road. And so I started to walk up there, and there was a guy, and he threw his lunch pail.
Hey!
And that was the warning, packing spotted frogs in a lunch pail from the East Coast and dumping them in Wyoming. So I picked up the lunch pail.
And there's a spotted frog in there?
Lo and behold.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to give this to Senator Myers, and he's a slippery little devil.
Okay.
So,
all right.
So there's your.
Oh my
spotted
God!
frog, Senator Myers.
Look at that, guys. Man, it's smiling. Yeah.
So,
all right.
Beware of the spotted frogs.
Sweet.
And if you gather any up, Senator Myers would be glad to take them.
Yeah, thanks, Harry. All right.
Well, with that, the last item on our agenda
I'm gonna put a
is the future
glue a
meeting
big
schedule.
E on top of it. Like,
We're not going to change it, are we?
No.
Okay.
Okay,
Future
so,
meeting schedule.
so there's a couple of things with regards to there's a meeting schedule. Katie, you've got those. I'm changing topic a little bit, Mr. Chairman, sorry. We have upcoming meetings in terms of the planning projects that are starting, and there's a schedule going around, and certainly welcome to attend any of those meetings. There will be more of those meetings, and Katie posts those to you via email. So that's with regards to upcoming meetings. And then with regards to the summer tour in Green River, those arrangements are coming together, but more importantly, hotel reservations and information. And Katie, I will let you talk to the group.
At this point, I have 35 rooms reserved at the Hampton and Green River, and of course, accommodations in Green River are a little bit limited outside of Stan's
My
place,
backyard.
maybe. So at this point, I do have room reservations for everyone, including Select Water and a few members of the staff. So if you could please let me know your plans to stay or to go or not. And
with you this time.
perfect. And so that way you're not calling the Hampton Inn and they're saying that they're full and then actually it's your name's on the rooming lists. So if you can please try to go through me for those cancellations and or additions. If you need to come in on Tuesday night or stay an extra night or something, I'll send you reservations. In Moreland, we ended up with a situation where I had rooms for everybody, but then, they were making their own reservations and stuff. So because we needed that large of a block, if you could please just let me know your plans, that would be great. And then we do have kind of a little bit of an outline of the tour set. Harry, do you want me to go through a few of those stops?
Sure. Yeah.
We discussed going to the Green River water treatment plant, and then maybe a stop through Jamestown, Rio Vista, Continental Dam, lunch at Seed Skiddy, and then Carson Eve. Stop through there and then back.
Yeah, I could drive, but I'll talk to you about all that. It's not that.
And our cutoff date for the rooms is August 9th. So at that point, they'll release any rooms that we haven't necessarily confirmed. But like I said, I do have each of you minus Senator Anselmi Delton and Representative Blake on that list. So if you can let me know. Thank you.
My wife told me to go stay up at the hotel, so I don't know.
Okay, I'll have
Vacation.
Okay, any questions for Katie or on other future meeting schedules? With that, you guys know what to do.
Mr. Chairman, we move, we adjourn.
Been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion passed, meeting adjourned.
Don't you dare.
We do all the time.